The Tape Never Lies Network.
The tape never lies. Tape never lies.
Starts now.
The tape never lies.
The following show is for mature audiences only.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and the tape doesn't lie.
I'm Silas Kelly, 6'4", 230 linebacker, a guy you need on your team, and I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Mina Kimes was my show is Kyle Brandt. These guys are looking at names, household names. We've gone back.
Well, she put out there that the Bears couldn't afford anything, and that's not even true.
They can overpay for 100 people right now.
Exactly.
They can pay.
And the fans would be
manipulate
going
anything.
Oh my God, yes, this is great. We're getting all these big names, and then October and November comes around, and they would be
devastated,
shitting all over.
Exactly. Because who's won a championship by winning the offseason? You have to be strategic. Even the fact, and I know I'm repeating, Shayne has said this before, I always try to credit everybody. I'm not reinventing the wheel here, but I think it's very important to say it one more time for TTNL heads, so you can repeat this shit out there to people that don't understand. Names don't win games. Players do. How you define who you are is up to you. I loved DeAndre Houston Carson. Always have. Well, I guess Ryan Poles and Eberflus are seeing the same thing we're seeing on the tape. He loves the game of football. Bring that guy and start building what Claudio's saying, your culture. It's good to talk about it, but I'm seeing Eberflus and Poles be about it. 6th round pick, undrafted, 6th round pick. All of these guys have one thing in common. They all are what Poles called pricks. They're fucking prick. That's what I want. You don't win games with choir boys. You don't win games with choir boys. He's a really nice guy. Love for him to come home meet my daughter. No, that's one aspect. Having class, having dignity, staying in your seat, not smacking anybody. That's what you do. That's a trait of class. Going out there, being an asshole, and being a prick after the whistle is not what I'm signing up. In the whistle, be a pain in someone's ass. Always. That gets me excited as a coach. That tells me that you love the game of football, that you're a competitor, that winning means something to you. Bum. This guy. No, he's not. No, he's not. You could say his effort is completely bum-like. He's a great athlete that's just not buying into what you're doing. So what Ryan Poles and Eberflus are doing, they're not winning the headlines for Mina Kimes and company. But they're certainly finding football players that are going to go 100 miles an hour, that are going to buy into their system, and you're going to reap the rewards later. And then Bears fans are, I didn't see this coming. Well, I did. They're building a new culture.
I'd say I'm tapped into it all the time. That's just the way that I play. We focused a lot on loafs at Coastal, and that was a huge point of emphasis in the off season and in camp and during practice every day. I can still hear my coach screaming "No loafs" right now, Coach Staggs. every day.
Come to Chicago, you're going to be hearing the same thing.
Yeah, and I love it.
He's already built for that. Then
I like, you got to fly to the ball as a linebacker. So much is asked of you. You got to get the D lineman right. You got to focus on pass coverage and run downs, and you got to know what's coming before it's coming and get everybody on the right page. And so much of that happens pre-snap. You know, you get the formation and you have the call in your head. Then you start looking at little clues and keys, and you know, is the guard's hand light or is the back a little bit deeper, stuff like that. And that kind of gives you hints into what's about to come. But once the ball is snapped, you can't think. And I do all my thinking before the play even starts. So then once I'm in the play, I'm just reacting. And like I said, I don't tap into anything. I just play that way. I'm at that level all the time. So there's no decision in me that's like, I gotta go. I'm always going, you know. I'm all like, if there's somebody out there, like I kind of think of it in my head as like a seeking missile. Like I'm locked on a target and it's the ball, and whoever has the ball, like that's gonna change my direction to wherever that is, and I'm gonna fly there until I get there or until the whistle blows or whatever, what plays over or whatever.
Your agent about like expectations about where you could potentially, you know, be slotted in the draft. Do you have any info or any, you know, foresight into that? Yeah, I mean, I've heard that I'm pretty much in the priority undrafted free agent to potential late round type of guy, and that's pretty much what I've been hearing. That's pretty much been consistent throughout the entire process. What I'm trying to do right now, what I've been trying to do, you know, this whole year through the draft prep process and pro day and, you know, interviews like this, I want people to get to know me a little bit more. Because I've been underrated everywhere that I've gone. Coming out of high school, I was underrated. DJ Durkin told me I wasn't good enough, and that lit a fire under me. Coming to Coastal, and our first few years we were losing, and people laughing at me wearing Coastal stuff, that lit a fire under me. And I feel like I've proven people wrong at each step. And I just want to continue to show people who I really am, show people the type of person I am, the type of player that I can be, and what I can bring to an organization from a football standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, from a locker room standpoint. And that's what I'm going to continue to do, just try to be the best version of myself and, you know, do everything I can every day to show people that I belong on an NFL roster, that they will, you know, they'll look really smart if they end up taking me in, you know, the 6th or 7th round. They're gonna talk about me as one of the gems that came out of this year's draft.
Yeah, you look at the tape. So as a coach, your resume is the tape. That's just the way it is. You want to know how I coach football? Look at the tape. You know, you want to know how a guy plays football? You look at the tape. You know, because a lot of guys can say certain things, which is great. Words are important, but action's more important.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Here we go. Trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Oh my God.
The tape never lies.
Other people drop off, but we still keep rocking.
You'll never know how good your football team's going to be until you play with maximum effort. Keeping it 100.
Open competition over the North and never give it back.
Smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justyn Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. Dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east to west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now they're all stuck like the Jew and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sack scrolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. What we do when we're breaking down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unchair. The tape never lies, the truth you see. We laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a stat nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like tricks at. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man in Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keep it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Justin Fields gets outside the pocket, puts that ball perfectly where only Mooney can get it. 1 point, 2 feet.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100. Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keep it 100.
Keep it 100.
First never lies. Yeah, exactly.
Yo, this is Claudio the Barber, and I hit it. And this is TTNL's Keeping It 100, the best Bears show on the planet. Of course, we got another great show for you tonight. We got not one, but two returning guests. First, we got from 670's The Scores and Bears beat reporter Chris Emma is coming on. And then rookie scouting portfolio and the Football Guys podcast, Matt Waldman. So let's bring on the guys you all know and love, and some of you love to hate. Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw. No, there he is. And Draft Doctor
Here.
Claudio.
Claudio. Finally.
Oh, finally. It only took 2 years.
Somebody's getting pregnant tonight. Whoa.
Finally hitting
Brian,
it, Claudio.
yes, Brian. Thank
Finally hitting it. Claudio, the barber, barber moderator. That song, Keeping It 100, gets me amped up to do the show Wednesday nights. Setting the tone. We always look back. I know Johnny Fucciano can't stand a long open, but everybody else and their brother seems to understand Keeping It 100. Almost like Jack Bauer is Shayne Marsaw.
His mother loves a quick finish.
Previously on Keeping It 100. That's what should be. Use my voiceover, Caden. Previously on Keeping It 100.
That was his job today.
That's great.
We do have to talk about this
that
jackass.
Let me get this.
Oh my God. Please send him my rant. You could leave the music on. I mean,
you like it? You want to leave it on a little bit? All right.
It's Claudio's beat. You're setting
is.
the tone.
It's a great beat.
Can you freestyle to it, Claude?
No, it cannot.
No.
Won't even try. Not even going to attempt it. I've made a fool of myself enough on this show, bro. I ain't going to do it again. That's for sure.
Listen.
Fill everybody in.
You
about
haven't
that
given
guy.
up. Well, the guy, honestly, Shayne brought him to my attention because apparently it went all viral. But then Shayne took it to another level and cut him down like a Christmas tree.
Literally.
Literally.
Yeah, I murdered the dude.
Listen, if you're 40-something years old and you're going and you're getting your analytical take about a guy's personality in regards to you thinking you're better than every little kid and every person in line or whatever was going on in that human being's, what did you say, Shayne? Holster the tweet.
Holster your tweeter. Yeah.
Yeah, holster your tweeter. This guy looks like the biggest fucking crying baby this side of the fucking Mississippi. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And you're talking about Justin Fields in a way with which you are projecting everything. It's coming from your side only, and thus you're right. And all these Bear fans are wrong because they're calling you out for the fraud that you are. I don't even know who this motherfucker is.
I mean,
get him on the show.
He says Justin Fields the lowest form of human because he was annoyed to take a picture with him. Like, that's the lowest form of you. Like, what like, I don't understand what this dude is even talking about.
Any
honestly.
perspective. I mean,
yeah, people were bad mouthing him, and he's like, yeah, look at the class all these Bears fans have. And if you go back a couple of tweets, he was talking about when Virginia McCaskey keels over and shit like that. And then Corey from the Irish Bears show actually went back. I think it was on Instagram maybe. And he was doing a podcast, and right in the middle of the podcast, his fucking mother comes down and starts screaming at him. She goes, "This fucking guy brings home these dogs all the time, and I'm the one that's got to take care of them. Get off the fucking podcast." And he's just like staring at her. I'm like, it tells you all you need to know about a dude like that. I mean, listen, Barstool, they're the masters at manipulating the situation and getting noticed for it. We all know that. But end of the day, the guy wanted a fucking picture, and you got a picture. First off, you look like a fucking chump in the picture because you look so miserable. And I don't know, 40-year-old fucking dude from wearing Pittsburgh Steelers gear coming up to Justin Fields at the end of a fucking autograph session and asking him for a separate picture. Yeah, it looks fucking shady. I totally get it. I love it. I'm going to stand with Justin Fields on this.
He's like, oh, I was never a fan of Justin Fields.
That's fine.
Then why
so what
you
are you getting a picture with him for?
Exactly.
If you're not a fan, what are you getting a picture with him for?
Listen, I met John McEnroe. I wasn't a fan of his. I didn't go up and ask him for a fucking picture. All right? I've met a lot of celebrities that I don't, you don't go up and then judge them based on their thing, their reaction to it. What's that statement called? You never want to meet your idol because you're probably going to get let down.
Right.
It's like, listen, to go to a charity event and take a picture with a famous person who's now taken, and I'll just guess, 1,043 pics, talked about, kissed little babies, he is not running for office, Justin Fields. He was running for his life. He's trying to get his career with all of these chumps chopping him down. You just took it upon yourself to create a narrative about a young kid who's in the biggest city when it comes to football in the world. And you're going to create this narrative about him being a piece of garbage. What was his exact quote, Claudio? What was he saying? Justin Fields is...
He's supposed to be there to do his job to sign.
Yeah, but what was his exact quote? He was saying he's a piece of garbage.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know exactly. He pretty much said he was a low form of human being. Like he's a piece of shit.
The lowest form
of
human being.
Like
this is what you're doing.
Or he's pissed
so some little kid who follow, and let's be honest, kids are playing fucking Fortnite. They're watching TikTok videos of moms dropping it at a gas station. They're dropping down, doing TikTok dances, whatever the fuck this world is. We got this schlep out there, fucking just finished 2 fucking Domino's pies, is talking shit about Justin Fields. Please. The reality of people like that just want to get a name for themselves, it irritates me. Well, even I've met some Chicago Bears that were dicks. One of them being Jay Cutler, right? I did not go to social media and I defended Jay and say, you know what, that Jay Cutler, he's a piece of garbage. He's the lowest form. No, it's a better way to do it, man. Just walk away.
At least we got a good drop off.
That was his job today.
That was his job today, to please me. I'm Italian. You gotta please me.
I'm seeing if I can pull up the video with his mom.
That was
get the video with his mom.
It is pretty funny.
But yeah, we gotta call out the fucking pussies. That's what you do. You call that out, and you look at it for what it is. Shayne, you had a run-in with freaking Matt Forte. You didn't go out there and start bagging on Forte.
Well, I might have a little bit, and then he blocked me on Twitter, but that's a story for another day.
Look at this guy.
All right, I'm doing
it. Okay, well, come on now. I worked all fucking day. I'm tired, man. I'm doing laundry and everything down here.
Jerry, is that Miss Gilfon? Yes, my mom. Bring her on, Jerry. Would you come
No, she
Hey.
Gerard.
His mom looks just like him, but without the mustache.
Is that Miss Guilfoyle?
She goes on the show with him.
Yeah,
Get him upstairs.
This is his life.
Bring her on, Jared, bring
That's
her
all
on.
you
Miss
gotta know.
Guilfoyle. Yes. Miss Guilfoyle, bring her. Give her the camera. Give her the camera, Jared. Miss Guilfoyle. Hello. How are you, Miss Guilfoyle? I'm aggravated, Bob. I'm aggravated. I'm doing everything in this house. This kid, he gets dogs and I take care of them.
That's all you need to know about the guy. He got on Barstool, became somebody. Now he's got a voice, but really, he's a gavone.
Yeah.
Right, Claudio?
You can say that.
And that's what he is. He's living in his mom's basement, and he's got the right to do it. Hey, listen. I don't know what else to say about this. All I could say is, I guess via Ryan Cox, or was it you that said he did one good thing? He united Bears Twitter.
He sure did.
So there you go. If he did one fucking thing, the slimy stooge united your Twitter universe. That's all we could say about that.
But are we just gonna overlook Claudio hitting the mark for the first time, though? I mean, we gotta. This is a big deal.
I mean, I gotta give Jackal some props. I was looking at Jackal, and he was like,
"Did you watch
like
the
this.
blue line that comes out on the stream?"
Listen, when the video's playing, it's like lags for me for some reason. So I looked at Jackal. He's like, I'm like, yo,
first time
hit
ever.
it.
There's hope.
So let's get the auction underway. On the first cow here, who's got 55, 55, 55, 55,
You're on the air, baby. You're on. You did it. You made it.
Claudio did it. Me and Steph were talking.
I'm retiring. I did it. That's it. I'm
We
done.
were talking about Claudio's first night on the air when he had 45 takes.
Do you remember the
and
leading
we're
up to the first
48
show?
seconds away from going live. And Claudio goes, "Nope,
Look,
can't do it.
I still
Can't
got my
do it."
notes. Look at my opening notes from my notebook here. Look at all
What
that.
are they? Go ahead, read them. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna
Relax, bro. Well, you guys are used to this. You can't.
I can't do it. I'm not. And he was adamant, Shayne.
Oh yeah.
And I was like,
nervous.
all right,
I
I'll
was
do it.
nervous, yes.
And then now you're here, Claudio.
I'm
You're
here.
traveling to Chicago.
I'm
You're
loving
meeting
it.
fans. You got your own fan page, Claudio the
right.
Barber fan page.
Yeah.
No, I
Even
love it. man.
Jackal doesn't have that, for God's sake. So there you go.
Every Wednesday night's a awesome break from reality. You know that.
That's what
for
this
everybody.
is. It used to be
Beautiful
like
thing.
the Bears Sundays, but now if you're a true 100 crew, Wednesday night becomes that night where we have some laughs, we break bread, whatever you're doing, you're eating wings, you're eating popcorn, you're freaking having keto diet, whatever you're doing now, you're here with Claudio and the whole family of TTNL, and you fans that were tailgating. Avon was the first guy in the chat at 4:00 when I was uploading a few intros. So Avon was the first guy in the chat. Tonight, though, we got two guests, as Claudio said, but we also are going to have the first ever TTNL fan mock draft. And the way it's going to go down is with trivia. So we are going to ask a TTNL based trivia question. Claudio, Jackal, and Cherie are going to monitor the chat. The first person that answers will make the selection of the Bears draft pick. And Shayne will be controlling the Draft Network mock draft simulator. And you will control what the Chicago Bears do. and we'll continue going on and on until, what do we have? 6 picks, Shayne? There'll be no trades. It'll just be running through the draft, and we'll see and post how smart our fans are with that draft. So they'll be monitoring the chat. That'll be later tonight after the interviews.
Where are we getting the questions from?
Claudio and Chris Jackal have sent me and Shayne questions for
so we don't. They're going to send them to us right before we read them, so we don't know going in.
Yes.
Is that how this works?
I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Jackal better do some shit. Jackal better do some shit. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal don't do shit now. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal don't do shit. Jackal better do some 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 shit. Jackal don't do shit.
Get somebody's ass today.
Good evening. Awesome song. Beautiful. When's the TTNL album coming out, Phil?
Well,
people want to
me
know.
and Cool Kennedy are finishing touches on the new updated. We have a new song tonight.
Was that
We
planned?
also-
Was that planned or
What?
I didn't get that memo.
What
that
memo?
that you guys are doing that. You're not
The
even
new
getting-
song?
You're not getting my joke, dude.
I still
I didn't get that blueprint.
Listen, we are going to have an LP. Just think about Keeping It 100. Performance over politics. Jackal don't do shit. Cut it out with Claudia. We can go down Leno is Gone song. Fire Nagy. All of TTNL, yes, is going to be on an LP. You guys are going to be able to download it, and the proceeds are going to go to TTNL's super producer, Cool Kennedy, for all his work. Again, teamwork on this network should never go unnoticed. Yeah, makes the dream work. So
be on that.
Listen, got to be on that team. Got to be with toughness and pride. We're excited. We also have a new song that we're working on. We had to change some lyrics, Shayne, because
I heard
trades were made and things
I heard
happened.
it today.
So
Maybe
we
it
had
was
to make
yesterday.
trades. So the new draft song, a new brand new original song. Also tonight we have a new mock draft song for the off season. Tonight will be unveiled because this will be almost the first ever fan mock, trivia fan mock. What about Angelo's song? Yes, that'll be on there. All of it will be up there for you guys. If you want to get on a verse, that could be something we do in the summertime, when the off season, and we can raffle that off. Everyone tells me they can
Patron
rap.
only. Patron only.
Make a remix. Shake that ass for daddy.
No, that's his.
I'm fucking.
See how it was a good idea at first, then you went too far.
Nobody likes brag.
I
Hey,
know.
homage.
Nobody likes brag. Listen, so tonight's going to be a big night for you, the fan. You're going to have to know your TTNL trivia, though. Claudio and Jackal. Jackal could still send some of his creative questions because you never know. We might stump people.
The old prison.
I'm not going to be sitting there waiting 30 seconds. So you're going to have to get with it, get to your question and answer. Claudio, Cherie, and Jackal will star the person that answers first correctly. And then you will
ready to
select.
go.
You will select. That's later tonight after the two amazing guests. One of the guests is ready to rock and roll in the green room. I love
On
that.
time.
He's right on time. Maybe Eberflus, he would be late. I don't know yet. I don't know how Matt Eberflus gets down. I do know his culture already might not make some of the beat writers happy, but it certainly makes me happy because he's saying all the right things about accountability, the tape number one, you heard it in the open, all of that stuff. Anyway, this guy, I'm excited to see this guy coming on our airways for the second time, Shayne. The second time. And he covers the Chicago Bears for 670 The Score. He's the Bears beat writer. We do introduce our guys in the TTNL way. People want to copy? They can't do it, can they, Cool Kennedy? Like this is Chris Emma of 670.
Bears fans, we all know how difficult it is to root for this team each and every year, and almost knowing the outcome before the first snap in every season. This guy is here to help with that. Some may know him as a reporter for 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, and some may know him as the guy who asked Robert Quinn what kind of dog he has. Sorry, Chris. Hogan Johns asked us to put that in there. Bears fans, TTNL fans, stand up and let's kick off our off-season coverage the right way. Give it up for Chris Emma.
There he is.
I love that. Every time I look forward to that. What's up, guys?
How you doing, Chris?
Phil, did you crop yourself out of your own photo with me?
I don't think so, did I?
In the intro, you did. You were in that.
Oh, yes, I did. I must have cropped myself out of there.
Believe me, Chris, that's the first time that has ever happened in the history.
You set this up. I knew this was going to come at me. It's always...
He usually photoshops himself.
I try to get myself out of there.
Pushes himself up to 5'5", puts himself in the middle. You know, he's crazy like that.
I did have the pleasure of meeting Chris Emma while I was with Gregory Braggs at Wrigley Field. Wrigley Field, when they were pushing to they were trying to make the playoffs that season. I met Chris there, and it was a pleasure, man, because Chris is a great guy, and one of those, I always talk about this network. We hold everybody accountable, from the coach to the beat writers and the national media and narratives and all that. But you've always been gracious, and you were gracious that day. You weren't. I wasn't going over like Joey Buttafuoco over there, whatever this guy is saying.
Oh,
and Chris Emma wouldn't take a picture with me. He's a piece of garbage.
Oh, God. Yeah, don't get me started on that one.
We've already ranted about that, but you were the opposite of that, Chris. So, yes, I must have cropped. I didn't even notice. I'll fix it, though. Me and you should be out front and center, Shayne. Actually, knock Shayne out of this interview. Just to be me and you. No, I'm kidding. How you doing tonight, Chris?
I'm doing well. It's, counting down to the draft, but I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball, so I'm fired up for opening day tomorrow. So feeling good. And I'm a golf guy too, so it's Masters Thursday. It's a great sports weekend, boys.
Yeah.
Man,
I didn't even know that it was opening day tomorrow, so that even says more about you.
Phil hates baseball. I don't know how you can hate baseball, but jeez.
I just
Tiger coming back to the Masters. You're right.
185 games. How many games are there? For
162, man. Come on.
Okay, exactly. I'll catch you on the 161st.
I'll see you in September there.
Exactly. Exactly. That's my take on baseball. But the Chicago Bears. Let's start there. Obviously, we haven't spoken to you since the collaborating crew got rid of two. And that was Ryan and Matt, but they replaced them with a new Ryan and Matt. What were your thoughts on that, Chris, and how this has transpired so far?
I mean, we all know that the changes had to happen at the end of this past season. The roster bottomed out, and I really admire the way that they approached this search, doing it the thorough way, using virtual interviews as a way to knock out as many of these as they wanted to. I tip my cap to George McCaskey and Ted Phillips, which I've not really done much in the past. And frankly, when they made the decision to fire Nagy and Pace, like I said, it was warranted. It was time. I was thinking, man, I was skeptical like everybody else that they weren't going to do this process the right way because they never seem to do it the right way. And ultimately, we'll judge these guys by wins and losses and where they are in the next several years. But at the very least, the way that they went about that process, narrowing it down to Ryan Poles as the general manager, letting him take charge of hiring the head coach. I appreciate the way that they went about their business, thorough, leaving no stone unturned. And I've been really impressed by what they have so far in terms of these two new leaders. I know it's another Matt and Ryan, but look, it's a totally different approach to what their predecessors had done. And we'll see where it goes. I think it's going to be a tough year for the Bears in 2022 in terms of win-loss record, but we all know what the goal is now, and it's developing Justin Fields and building a roster the right way.
Yeah, that's what I've kind of taken exception with. I know that the fans are going to be the fans, and everybody gets intoxicated by the big names and trying to win the offseason. But I've even seen a lot of the guys from the media like, oh, they're not doing anything to help Justin Fields. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe not immediately, but they're essentially clearing the deck for him to be able to go out and get whatever is needed moving forward. I mean, you're talking about having potentially $130 or $135 million in cap space for 2023, and whatever he needs, you can go and pick and choose. You have a full arsenal of draft picks. But myself, I have no problem with the way that things have unfolded. The Ogunjobi deal was unfortunate, but even then, what would have made it worse was letting him sign the deal. So yeah. Ryan Poles again did the correct thing. And just playing off that, Chris, do you think that he's still in play to maybe come back here?
I don't know, just because it's such a unique situation. I guess in theory it could happen. There was obviously interest between him and the organization initially, but that's a tough one to rebound from. It might be something where he has to sit there in the open market for a few months and let things heal up, get to a point where he's closer to full health, and then I think they probably just go their separate ways. Honestly, it sounds great. It'd be nice if it would work out that way, but you're right, Shayne. It was absolutely the right move to not sign him once you come upon these medical details. I had spoken with some people around the league and agents in particular, not Larry's agent, but other agents about the process of, is this something they should have recognized? And everything I heard back was, no, this isn't like the draft where you get the medicals beforehand and you have every bit of information there. It's really just bad fortunes. The other thing I kept hearing from people around the league is simply, this sucks. You feel bad for Larry Ogunjobi, who got himself to this opportunity, hit the open market, earned his way to this point, and it's just bad fortunes. But ideally, for his sake, sign a one-year deal, whether it's Chicago or somewhere else, go back on the open market next year and get that big money deal.
Yeah, he's tweeted out, just to double back on it, that stay tuned. So it's like, and then you guys in the media asked Poles, is that page turn? And it was kind of alluded to that, no, that page hasn't turned yet. So there is hope that this, because let's just look at it for what it is. There's what you guys are saying. I agree with 100% about Ogunjobi as well, that a smart football person thinking about the future of your franchise obviously identified this guy, Eberflus, clearly involved in that, saying that's my 3 technique. They go out and identify that's an important position to fill in your philosophy, right? But then to have the balls to say, I know I'm going to get shit from this person, and the new Mike North in town's going to call me dumb and I'm unpolished and all this crap is going to go down, but I'm going to stay strong in my stance and not embarrass this football team by just going out and ignoring what's most important, is the person's medical. Can they play the game of football? And I think that's a star, because I love Ogunjobi. I was so excited about that 3 technique, and I'll admit I was disappointed that he wasn't here. But the business side, I think, needs to be applauded, that this GM has been doing things. Showed emotion, that he cared about the job, and people were getting on him for showing tears, for God's sake. Then he says, I did my due diligence. I hired this guy. He did, he's standing in the pocket and delivering to me. And this was just another showcase of that. And then when you look at the playing field of the signings, Chris, and I know I'm going the long route here, but all of them seem to be under what it is that Eberflus and Poles, as brothers, I'm quoting them, are looking for in Chicago Bears. Love the game of football, gonna play with their hair on fire, and gonna come in here and prove it, because they're all like 6th undrafted, 6th round pick, so on and so forth, all but Ogunjobi. So when you look at that, I think, despite what you're saying right now, I think that there is a shot for this football team to surprise a lot of people, because of those character players were so far gone, whether it was Matt Nagy allowing the prisoners to run the asylum, or it was just complete out of control politics ruling the day with the Bears. I think now you're getting guys that are going to buy in right off the rip. So talk about these character signings. Obviously, the Mack trade out of town is another thing, but the character signings.
Well, let's play out that scenario, because I like where you're going with that, and that's an optimistic view, and I like that. It's April 6th. You should be optimistic and
right.
Hope of what's going to come with this. And what you're playing out here and what you're describing is the scenario in which things really go their way in year one. And you talk about that buy-in, the character guys that they brought in. And it's not just that, obviously buy-in gets you so far, but it's taking flyers on guys. Look at a receiver, for example, with St. Brown and Pringle. Those are flyers. Those are 2 guys on short-term deals and proven opportunities. They're coming from crowded depth charts or their previous places and didn't get the opportunity to truly emerge. Injuries as well for both of those guys. You got to point to that. But if one of those guys sticks, if one of those guys breaks through the way that Ryan Poles believes, that's a huge win. You look down the roster. We'll stick with the receiver, for example. If, let's say, Pringle emerges as the guy you believe, and Mooney continues to make that progression, that means Justin Fields having a lot of success. You're building the offense that way. You're opening up the passing game in a way that the Bears weren't able to do previously with that regime. It's looking at the defensive side of the ball now. We'll go to the defensive end spot, Justin Jones and Al-Qadim Muhammad. One of those guys is able to, whether it's matching max production, if you want to point to it that way, or simply just becomes a stable point of that defensive line. That's a huge win. Those are 2 guys, 2-year deals for both of them. Flyers in a way. Obviously, you're not committed to them long-term, but you believe in the upside that's there. 2 guys who played situational roles for a lot of their times in their previous spots, emerged late last season in both of their cases. You believe that one or both of those guys, hopefully both of them if you're the Bears, are going to emerge. And this is what I like about their offseason. It's not a sexy offseason. It's not an offseason in which you're saying, wow, the Bears really put it together. But it's a step in year one towards building something sustainable. You can't transform a roster 1 through 53 overnight. Ryan Poles wants to, in a perfect world, transform that roster 1 through 53, but he has the time to do it. He's making wise moves towards that. But to your point, Phil, and I like the optimistic view. I'm an optimist myself. I usually see glass half full on things. If you hit on some of those flyers and you get the collective buy-in that you believe you're going to from Matt Eberflus's culture and Ryan Poles' culture, then you surprise people next season. That division, I know the Packers have that number 12 coming back, and it's, you look at them still as kind of the top team. But if in a great season for the Bears this year, first and foremost, you get the development from Justin Fields, but beyond that, you start surprising. You're building out that roster 1 through 53 and getting guys to develop into long-term pieces.
I'm trying to think of how I Phil stole about 45 of my questions in his 20-minute rant there. But moving moving into this, a couple of weeks out here from the draft, Chris, I know fans are into it just as much as we are. Do you have a feel of kind of maybe where you think that they're going to go? I mean, obviously, offensive line is going to be a focus, wide receiver, cornerback, but just Chris, Emma, what is your gut feel if you're looking at number 39 and 48?
I don't have a player as much as a position, or the three. It's really the three positions you mentioned for that first pick in the second round. I think they'll take the best guy on the board at either one of those positions. Like they'll have the board stacked out to fit those needs. I think they certainly have to acknowledge those as glaring needs. But as boring as the term "best player available" is, that's how you want to build this thing out. You're not going to force this in year one where you're trying to fill out a roster as best you can. So, receiver, offensive line, corner, those are probably the top needs for that first pick, 39. And then I think they probably trade back and pick 48. I think they have 6 picks right now. I would bet the over. I bet they had certainly picked more than that. I think they might pick 9 or 10. I think Ryan Poles is really going to be trading down as much as he can. Stockpiling those picks because what we've been talking about, building out the roster and building out that depth. And he's a confident scout. He comes from a great scouting organization in Kansas City. He has terrific mentors, Brett Veach, John Dorsey, Scott Pioli. He's learned how to scout players. He's been through the course in evaluating for the draft. Now it's his opportunity. And he's excited, but also more so than that, he's got the time to build this thing to do it right. We saw Ryan Pace make a lot of aggressive moves trying to get his guy. I think Ryan Poles has a much different way of thinking. And it's, at least in year one, stockpiling those picks, a lot of trades down, a lot of opportunities to fill out this roster the right way.
I love that. And I agree with you 100%. I think that's going to transpire on the second pick, like you said, 48, and trade back. Let me ask you this. You've been around this locker room. I know through all of the beat writers that we've had on this show, all of them hate the fact that the Bears don't give you guys enough access. But from afar, I know you're very astute. So which guy are you kind of worried about fitting the culture of which Poles and Eberflus are building that's already on the roster?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's anybody who really jumps out and say that I don't think they're going to buy. The answer, and it's not because I don't think he'll buy in, but the guy you need to buy in is Roquan Smith. He's going to be such a key cog in this defense. I believe he will. I'm not saying that because I'm questioning any motivation for him. In fact, he's got all the motivation in the world in terms of contract future. But I'll say this for the last regime, for Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy's group, they brought in good character players. That's a really good locker room. You mentioned, some of the whatever frustrations in the media perspective. None of that's to say these aren't terrific guys in there. I mean, I really believe in, when I say that, there's so many good guys that been able to get to know with this team, but also just there's football character too, and understanding kind of what the last regime was able to identify in terms of creating that they didn't. Pace and Nagy didn't lose games the last several seasons because of a lack of buy-in. It was because of many other factors involved. So, but I guess a different way to answer your question is you need that buy-in from a guy like Roquan Smith, who's going to be such a key figure within that defense and building out that identity that Matt Eberflus seeks.
One of the big hot topics that we talk about here, I mean, we all love David Montgomery as a network because we know how vital he is to this team because he's doing a lot of the dirty work and just that relentless attitude that you want as a running back. And, that even to go back to Walter, that never say die attitude. I mean, I think that those all are apt labels for David Montgomery, but at the same time in 2022, the running back position, unfortunately has been devalued. David's heading into a contract year. And I'm not really basing this off anything, Chris, but I've had this sneaky suspicion that maybe in round 3 that you might see an explosive type running back if one of these guys gets pushed down, or maybe even 48, as crazy as it sounds, if they're not trading down. Because that comment from Eberflus, where he kind of backtracked on it a little bit when he's like, we have a runner here, but we want different types of runners. And that was, to me, saying that maybe running back should be pushed up on this list a little bit more than we're expecting. And I know a lot of people love Khalil Herbert, and I do as well, but I always go back to where Ryan Poles came from. You can't have a more explosive offense in Kansas City, and they still drafted a running back in round 1. I'm not saying that that's where the Bears should go, but I'm not discounting that come draft day, maybe potentially at like 71, that if for whatever reason an Isaiah Spiller or somebody like that drops in the draft, that's an added playmaker that Ryan Poles may pull the trigger on, because you've seen the movement there. They move on from Tariq Cohen. Damian Williams is a plus 30 running back in terms of age. David Montgomery is heading into his contract year. And so I guess it's kind of two-sided. Do you think that they're going to be interested in bringing back David Montgomery on a contract extension? And do you think that maybe in the draft that it could be a surprise that maybe running back is in play?
Yeah, you make some really good points there, Ed, but I think I kind of disagree in the sense of how Ryan Poles in this regime will value the position of running back. I think he's of the mindset, and this is something I've asked people who know the way that he scouts football players and the way that he values a roster. And the belief from people who know Ryan Poles is that he's not somebody who's going to he's not going to be somebody who's going to pay up for David Montgomery. Like, that contract is probably like, he'll probably want that Nick Chubb type deal. It's like a 3-year, like $36.5 million, I believe it was. I don't think the Bears are going to give him that. And that's still, that's still probably undervaluing somebody like Nick Chubb in Cleveland. But I don't know if the Bears are going to be giving that off to David Montgomery. And beyond that, I don't think Ryan Poles is going to be looking to take a running back before day 3. It's certainly not in this case where you got Montgomery. Everything we've said about Montgomery, it's not to devalue him as a player.
Right.
It's devaluing his position. Like, they value David Montgomery a lot, but they also see a guy who's taking some hits, a guy who's at that position where it's tough. It's tough. It really sucks if you're a running back, because it's just the reality of the NFL. I think they will be drafting a running back on day 3. They've had opportunities on the open market to add somebody. Darrington Evans is a nice pickup, but I don't think he's somebody who you really count on your 53 just yet. I think Khalil Herbert's going to get some more opportunities, but unfortunately, the cruel part for any running back, and it might be the case for David Montgomery, is you let the guy take his however many carries this season. You offer him a deal that's probably insulting to him, but that's just the market that Ryan Poles feels is there. And ultimately, you shake hands and part ways.
I disagree with both of you, but that's another story about David Montgomery's value. I always look at running back, let me see how you play under Getsy, and then you've defined your value, just like the Packers looked at Aaron Jones versus the dude they let go play with Detroit. They paid Aaron Jones. This is a key ingredient to football and winning, and David Montgomery checks every box, everyone, even the rumor that he's not fast. I think that year he led the league in 50-plus runs. It drives me insane. But I get what you guys are saying. But the other part I want to push back just in this part, and then I have a question, is the cap is going up next year. So how David performs, you are going to have to pay him accordingly. I hope they wouldn't do what you're saying and offer him a deal to insult. I don't think that's the way you create culture.
Yeah, and I should clarify, not to intentionally insult, but if you're David,
I know what you meant.
I believe your market is whatever you feel it is, and it's probably vastly different from not just Ryan Poles, but any general manager. That's just the nature of it. And I agree. I do agree with David Montgomery's value. I believe. I disagree with the premise that he's not fast. He's put in a lot of work in speed coaches and building himself.
Well, he also had a coach who neglected him, Chris.
Yep. Well, yeah.
I mean,
you have to
15-yard carry, and then he's out of the game.
Luke Getsy's going to value him. There's no doubt about it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's the cruel reality for running backs. That maybe it goes differently. Maybe Dave Montgomery emerges with Luke Getsy's offense, proves that he's somebody not just fit on the field, but that kind of culture, like we've talked about that culture. He's certainly a culture guy. Those midnight workouts in Iowa State and rallying his teammates around him. He's that kind of personality. He's somebody that people follow. Matt Nagy had a line last season, which it kind of got me laughing. But he said, "You win a lot of games with Dave Montgomery," which Matt Nagy didn't quite do, but I understood the point.
Exactly.
He wasn't brought here on the I formation, Chris.
I only started laughing in the middle of the press conference in that one, but but the point is true. You do win a lot of games with Dave Montgomery if you actually use him. So we'll see. They might, maybe there's some talks on an extension this offseason. I doubt it. I think that Nick Chubb contract is probably the kind of offer you make toward Montgomery, if there is one to make at all.
Let me ask you, Jesper Horsted, I know he's resigned. You're around the team again.
People are fired up about him.
I cannot understand the misuse of this kid last season. And you guys are around this coach, but I thought there was such a value to a quarterback that's young, not only the tight end position, but they had built a camaraderie that was very apparent through the preseason and the reps that they took in practice, the reps and all of that. So we're kind of trying to understand, what are your thoughts on his future here now with Luke Getsy, and you see how the Packers use their tight ends down the field. What are your thoughts on Jesper?
I got to confess, it's probably something that wasn't coming to mind throughout the course of last season, but you're exactly right. He was not used. And I mean, you're right. You look back to the preseason, how many times, not just the touchdowns, but on plays throughout the course of practice and training camp, and then we were able to see Justin Fields was looking to Jesper Horsted's way. Now, that's in part because Fields was stuck on the second team while Andy Dalton was with the ones, and he had to establish connection with somebody on the second team. He wasn't getting those first team reps.
Exactly.
It goes to a different argument, which we don't really need to beat the drum on anymore, but why wasn't Justin Fields getting the opportunity to build that chemistry with, say, an Allen Robinson? But I digress. It's like, you're right. Jesper Horsted certainly earned a place. I think he's going to get more of an opportunity now. Maybe he and Cole Kmet become some sort of a tandem. At the very least, when you look at this roster, there's no more Jimmy Graham. Yeah. I think there should be an opportunity for him to try to develop. I don't know. At some point in time, clearly the last coaching staff didn't see anything in Horsted. He's getting an opportunity now. It's a chance to take advantage. We've talked about some of the newcomers that have come in, and you look at them as potential flyers, but he's an example of a guy coming back on the roster who's a flyer, and he'll get a chance now.
Chris, leading up to draft day, trades happen, and sometimes it's not just draft pick for draft pick, but do you think that there's any potential for a veteran, say somebody like a Robert Quinn, or, Nick Foles isn't going to bring you back anything, maybe a conditional 6th rounder or 7th rounder at best, but do you think that there is any potential to see potentially a Robert Quinn trade or some other vet moved on?
That's a good question. It's hard to answer at this point. I think I'd probably say no, but there I was a few weeks ago on my way to a bachelor party, and my phone's buzzing off the hook, and Mac's going to LA, and suddenly I'm scrambling and worried about making my flight. So I don't know. I didn't see that one coming. I tip my cap to Ryan Poles for having the vision, for making that deal. And honestly, it's something I really feel it's a win-win for both the Bears and the Chargers in terms of their respective directions. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't explore trading somebody like Quinn, as great as he was last season, setting a record, a franchise record, and all that he brought to that team. He's also somebody, I say this as a 31-year-old on the wrong side of 30. You want to cash in on that value. You want to take advantage of that while you can. And yeah, if you want to start stockpiling some more picks and giving yourself a better opportunity to build, I think you got to explore it. I think at this point, it's probably too late to get something back or to strike that deal, but never say never at this point.
Let me ask you this. You grew up a Bears fan, correct?
Yeah. Grew up in Geneva, rooting for the Bears.
So let me ask you, you obviously have a job to do in a profession, but I was talking to Fishbane about the Fishman about this too, because I think it comes off with you as well, that I think you tap into that fandom to speak to the fans. I think a lot of reporters drop the ball there and speak down. Like, we shouldn't be so passionate, but that's basically how you get paid, because of the passion. So tapping into that, who you are, do you find yourself doing that? Because I heard you talk about the first time you've ever praised George and Ted. Do you find yourself in these situations like, holy shit, I'm covering the Bears, and then you're like, what the fuck, Matt? Can you just run the ball? Like, do you find yourself in that? Seriously?
Yeah, to your first point, yeah, I mean, I grew up rooting for the Bears. I wasn't I grew up more as a college fan. I grew up on Notre Dame football. I went to Nebraska, but Notre Dame was kind of that family team, and so that's the one that, you know, kind of live and die with, and lose sleep over tough losses. But yeah, I mean, I grew up in the area.
Must lose a lot of sleep with that team losing all the time.
Exactly.
He's always taking shots at Notre Dame. Our guy Chris Zorich comes on, has to take a ton of shots from Shayne, because Shayne's a Alabama fan, for God's sake.
God. Yeah, I don't know. What can I say about Alabama? I mean, except for this year.
Spoiled.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, to your point, I mean, I maybe it is a different perspective. I haven't covered, you know, the Falcons or the Cardinals or any other team, but I cover the Bears. You're right. First of all, extremely fortunate. I grew up like listening to the Score, grew up wanting to work for the Score. Like, once the dream died of being a pro athlete, you start turning your attention to what I wanted to do next, which is, you know, covering sports and being a part of sports media. So yeah, and it's not just covering the Bears, but covering the Cubs, the White Sox, Blackhawks, like, and all that. Yeah, it means a great deal to me. But in terms of what you're saying about relating to fans, anytime, like when a Khalil Mack is traded, for example, it's my phone's being blown up by buddies. Like, what are they doing? What the hell is going on? Or I can't tell. There was at some point I think it was Thanksgiving, when I was Thanksgiving week back last year, and somebody I'd never talked to before back in Geneva came out to me, goes, "Is he gone?" I said, "What? What the hell?" Nagy, getting rid of him, like just things like that. I admire. It gives me a different appreciation to hear it from fans and to hear from friends and people who care about it. My grandma is like a diehard Meatball Bears fan. Like, she'd go to the games at Wrigley as a kid, and like she had a connection with Sid Luckman. Like, her family knew Sid. Like, so she's like, I'll text her every Monday. If she's not watching the game live, she'll watch it on tape, and she's usually like, what the heck is going on? What's wrong with them? Like, so yeah, I have an appreciation for that. Nobody should ever look down upon passion. This is my long way of saying that. Everybody's got passion, and everybody wants to see this team win. So yeah, I certainly have a respect and appreciation for that.
Speaking of just being a fan and actually working there, how do you feel about I mean, I think it's not set in stone yet, but it's happening. The Arlington Heights move. I mean, just as a you're kind of on both sides of the fence there, you know, been a lifelong Bears fan, but then you're working in the media and you're going to be there. So you can see hopefully some potential upgrades for you guys in terms of the way that things go. But just as I guess, speak to both sides of it as a fan and as a media member. What are your feelings on that? I
hope I haven't been fired by like 2027 or whenever this thing gets built, but I'm fired up, man. It's awesome. Yeah. Like, look, I know everybody, we're talking about the fan aspect, and everybody's got memories of Soldier Field, and everybody has some kind of nostalgia to it. But if you're able to separate yourself from the memories, like, it's not a great stadium anymore. Like, right. I've been fortunate to go around the league and to see so many of these stadiums, and like, it's just a different experience. Like, when you're able to separate the nostalgia and the history and everything you want to, you realize the need for a new stadium. That's what George McCaskey's done. Like, he's been able to do that. And that's why this whole thing kind of seemed surprising like a year ago, whenever it was, when this thing started coming to fruition. Like, I probably, if you would have asked me then, are they going to take advantage of the Arlington property? I'd say no. Like, George wants to stay committed to Soldier Field, and I tip my cap in that respect too. That's 2 tips of the cap now for George McCaskey. That
2
they're making
an off season.
It's a record. It's
He's learning football, Chris. He's still learning football.
But like, I mean,
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
Yeah, no shit.
George Townsend's grandson. Anyway, it's. I mean, look, this is a blank slate. It's a massive 300+ acre blank slate. So you're not just building a stadium; you're building an entertainment district. You're building partnerships with hotels and a casino and restaurants and everything you want. This is going to boost the franchise value like exponentially. Whether it's George McCaskey or whether maybe they do make that sale ultimately, we don't know at this point, but it's going to considerably boost the value of the Chicago Bears. And from a fan's perspective, it's going to boost the fan experience. It's just a much better experience than making that trip. I live in Lincoln Park, and like it still is like a hike to get down to Soldier Field. It's a few miles away, and like there's no one easy way to get in or out. I think too much is being made over the drive to Arlington Heights. It's going to be convenient. If you live in the city, take the Metro. It's going to be like a little tailgater before you get to your tailgater on the Metro. If they win, it's going to be a party on the way back. You're going to have a great time with it. I look at this as not just it's the Bears having a home for 365 days of the year. And beyond that, it's not just the football games, it's the concerts, it's the Final Fours, it's everything you want to build to that. It's just having a giant casino probably right next to the stadium that you want to go to. Like, there's so much potential for it. I'm really excited to see whenever this thing ultimately comes to fruition. I'm excited to see what it looks like and how it feels.
You got to get Wendy and Marty Bird to help them out, get those casinos.
We're a few weeks from part 2 of the last season, right?
Oh, I'm excited about it. You watched the Ozarks?
Absolutely, yeah. They left us on a cliffhanger midway through season 4, but they're good at that.
Look at you. You're jumping the shark here. That's one of my new questions.
I'm not going to spoil anything, but no, I love that show.
No spoiler alerts. I always ask people, what would you tell people to start watching? Are you watching anything right now? We might as well ask it, not tease it for later.
No, I'll take some recommendations though.
You would? Okay. Yeah. You got to check out the Gemstones on HBO Max.
Mighty Gemstone, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They what guest was that? Brock Hoffman?
Yeah.
They suggested it, so I started watching, and other people did as well. I'm telling you, me and my wife are just addicted to it. It's hysterical. It's the dude from East Coast and Down. What is it? Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
What's
Kenny
his name?
Powers?
What's his name?
Well, it's not Kenny Powers in real life, but it's
Kenny Powers.
Danny McBride. Danny
McBride. Thank you. Our producer, Chris Jackal, scheduler.
Out of nowhere.
Look at him. He knows his streaming shows. I'll tell you that. That's what he does. He doesn't do shit for the show. He's watching.
Guy's got a Steve Stenstrom jersey. That's how much he knows about
Steve Peaky Blinders is a great show. That's coming back.
I've never seen that one.
But yeah, I got a bunch of them. But let me ask you this. Justin Fields, the righteous gemstones. Thank you, Claudio. Justin Fields, though, what do you think of him, being around him? Obviously, you've mentioned this. I'll just reiterate it, that Nagy, for lack of a better term, effed up by not making a true quarterback competition benefiting both guys and the team. Who would have thought like that would help? But when you see this guy, though, is there something different about it? And Shayne and I have been on with everybody. We thought it was another good job by George and Ted, if it was them, having Justin Fields there after the introduction of the GM and the coach. Your thoughts?
I've been so impressed by him as a person. I was from the start. I really was struck by Justin Fields as a leader, which he wanted as your quarterback. Back in August of 2020, when the Big Ten came out and said, we're not going to play a season, and he was petitioning everybody. Like, he formed an actual petition to say, let's play football. And that struck me. That's a guy who loves the game, cares about what he's doing, and cares about his teammates and the chance to win, because he knew he had a chance to win a national championship, and he damn near did. I was so struck by him. I really liked him as a player before then, but that was what really struck me. We talked about TV series, that QB1 documentary. I watched that before he was drafted by the Bears. And, you start forming opinions on each quarterback. And when I take this guy for my college team or my NFL team, or some of the cases when I take him on my high school team, and man, I was so damn impressed by him the whole way on that. And then just getting to know him as we've been able to do, not as much individually just because of the COVID restrictions of last year, media-wise. That'll change a little bit this year with an open locker room. But he's just got such a great head on his shoulders. You can tell he was raised the right way. He's very thoughtful, extremely bright, and he's just got all the characteristics you want in a quarterback. Now, in terms of translating that talent, you mentioned it. We didn't get to see what he can be as a quarterback as a rookie. Frankly, it looks like a wasted rookie season because of what he had around him and the lack of functionality from coaching down to personnel and misuse of that and everything we all saw through 17 games last season. But at the same point in time, there's nothing that said he can't do this or he can't do that. Like, you'd see some big throws and precision plays down the sidelines, or you see the deep ball, or that play against the Niners that was just damn special.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you see the glimpses and you think it's there. Everything's there. Like, you don't look at anything you see from the tape. The tape never lies, and say he can't do this. Like, he's not going to be successful. It's about putting it all together. So you take the characteristics I mentioned in terms of makeup, and he's got incredible makeup. He's got everything you want in that. And you give him an opportunity to consistently build it with a scheme built for him, with a coach who's not fighting for his job or not worried about this or that, who's just simply focused on developing Justin Fields. And you bring him young pieces who are motivated, guys who are really interested in developing their careers with a great opportunity here. I think he's got a chance to really be successful in 2022 and well beyond that. I've been a big believer in Justin Fields. I think he was probably my second quarterback in that class behind Trevor Lawrence, who I think everybody would say is kind of their consensus number one. I've been a big believer in him. I really have thought strongly about him. We've seen him be really successful at the college level. That's a different level, I know. It's a chance now with people around him and the consistency trying to build toward that to really have a strong season.
Being on the scene, Chris, when we're talking about quarterbacks here, and this is something that I've been harping on quite a bit, just, watching Justyn at Ohio State and just listening to him talk. I've heard people say what he went through last year, being worried that it's going to ruin him. I've never felt that, because I said, whenever he talks, he's the confidence is just always there, that he knows that he can do this. Everything around him, it was so chaotic last year, but I never got that feeling when Mitch Trubisky was out there in front of the podium. I never felt that confidence. It almost felt like Mitch was saying what he thought he should say. Like, I brought this up before too. I'm reading a book on leaders because that's what leaders do. Do you feel that as a media member? Like, oof, man, there's a big difference between these two guys just listening to them talk when they're up there at that podium, post game or just in a normal presser.
Yeah. To start with Mitch, like, it bothered me in a way to hear him in the press conference, because I talked to him in the locker room and he's great. He's just somebody like easygoing and really laid back, and you like the personality. And then he'd get up there to the microphone and he was so worried about what not to say as opposed to what to say.
Yeah.
And that's what always struck me is he was very defensive, and he had good relationships in the media, but he also, he had said this before, he'd been kind of snake bitten in the past with something, I think that dating back to North Carolina. It was something over his playing time there. He's had some off-colored comment of what he thought was and got taken out of context. I think I'd asked him about this before, and he had said something like, that's why he's guarded. He's always kind of learned to be guarded, where I don't know. That's how he's in Pittsburgh. I like Mitch a lot as a dude. Like, best of luck to him. Hope he's successful there. But in terms of turning the page now with the Bears and Justin Fields, like, when you, like, from the media perspective, when you ask him a question, he's truly trying to answer. Like, you hear like that momentary pause, and he is putting together that answer in his head. He's not thinking about what not to say. He's not thinking about how he can dodge the question. Like, he'll give it real. I like that whenever you ask him about a certain play, he'll give you the exact rundown. Oh, yeah, that was my second read. I was going here.
Yep.
And then, like, he explains things. He's not paranoid, which I appreciate for a guy who played at Ohio State. Like, he's been under the spotlight. 5-star type prospect coming out of high school. So much attention on him. It's genuine. It's real what he's saying, like, when he's up there. But the other thing, above all, beyond just that, he's a star. Like, he's a star personality. He's come up his entire football life as a star. Like I said, the top prospect, goes to Georgia, transfers to Ohio State, that kind of stage, first round pick. Like, he's had a star upbringing, and he goes about his business as if he's a star.
You see him working out now with Darnell Mooney in the off season. So that
Cole Kmet was down there too.
Cole Kmet now, that's good too. You see that kind of camaraderie building. As long as I've been a Bears fan, I don't remember looking at the Chicago Bears since Ditka was coach and saying, wow, and even under Lovie Smith, that's a really great coached football team. So when I looked at Justyn and I saw one of the comments, and I agree, watching him last year, I felt like he was more of the leader of the team than the head coach was, and giving you a competitor's approach to it. That being said, everything that you're saying has to excite as this chapter turns, and you hope Eberflus and Getsy and this coaching staff who are saying all the things I want to hear. I don't know about everybody else, but I want to hear the accountability, and the tape is going to tell us, and we are going to hold everybody at the same level, and you're going to fucking run to the football. We're going to tackle. We're going to run. We're going to block. We're going to have an attitude that's different. We saw the Chicago Bears look like these, I don't want to offend you here, but they look soft as puppy shit, I would say. And that came across in games. And you saw it with Fetty in Minnesota on that night. I want to go back to that night where Tevin Jenkins is the only guy defending the quarterback that we're talking about. Fetty comes over and pushes him and tells him to calm down, worrying more about the penalty. That to me was a peek behind the curtain of Nagy's culture. What did you say and see in there? Am I 100% right about that?
Yeah, without a doubt. If you're a fan, or if you're a player really, and you see Germain Ifedi going after his own teammate as opposed to, I can't remember the Viking defender, but whoever it was, that should piss you off. That should absolutely piss you off. Like, if you're Justin Fields, that should really piss you off. Like, that's somebody defending you. That's one of your offensive linemen, the guy who's paid to block you, drafted second round to block you, been a part of however many sacks it was last season to lead the league. Like, you love to see that defense. You love to see those guys standing up for you. For Germain Ifedi to do that, and for him to not stand up for his quarterback, but to go after his own teammate, should piss everybody off. And it pissed off Ryan Poles. Like, it absolutely did. And that's clear. They weren't offering him a contract. He's back in with Ryan Pace in Atlanta now.
Yeah, he went to Chicago South. That didn't piss off Ryan Pace too much, I guess.
There's that Bears culture building down there, I guess. And God bless them.
Bill Emery and Ryan Pace in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Hopefully they take Club Dub with it.
But look, like, Ryan Poles saw that. First of all, the motto of the show, the tape never lies, right? Ryan Poles was asked about, what did you see on tape after finishing the evaluation of every play of last season and looking at every player? His answer, and I quote, was, saw 6-11 football team. Like, he saw it, and it's not just the plays. It's not just, a missed block or blown coverage. It's a culture. He saw something totally different from what his predecessors did. And that's an example of that. He was ticked off as a former offensive lineman to see the way that they were not protecting their quarterback and not standing up for guys like that, and the way that they didn't have what Matt Nagy called callous. They weren't calloused at all. And that's why you go get a Lucas Patrick. Like, that's why you go get somebody like that, because that's somebody who's going to go after all 11 Vikings on the field and say, come at me, guys. Like, that's what Lucas Patrick does. Ryan Poles has a type. He has a type when it comes to offensive linemen and culture players in particular. And it's a guy like Lucas Patrick. It's not somebody who's going to go, or it's a guy like Tevin Jenkins. Like, Tevin Jenkins, even though he was brought in by the last regime, like, that's a Ryan Poles type offensive lineman. Guy who plays with that edge, that proverbial echo of the whistle. Like, that's what they're bringing in, and especially on the offensive line.
There's a guy, Dieter Eisland, on that team who I'm a huge fan of Dieter, and I was so fired up that he worked his ass off. I mean, his story, I wish the Bears, I'm sorry, Shayne, would allow you guys to sit down and write about some of these guys that Shayne and I have talked about, like Trevis Gibson. There should be a sit down with Trevis as he's going into this season. There should be a sit down with Dieter Eisland as he's going. What about Eddie Jackson? That's the guy I thought that you would say might not buy into this. That was the guy I was thinking, but I get where you were coming from. I want to sit down with Eddie. Are you ready to take that leadership role? You got paid, but are you ready to take that? Sometimes when put out into public, it kind of sets a little light bulb off so that you guys become like a little workman for the coach and the GM to get rid of some of these guys. But anyway, Dieter Eisland was one guy. Have you ever had any conversations with Dieter, or is he just another snaggy negligence story on this team?
Yeah, I've not because he came in, in 2020 when we weren't able to. There wasn't an off-season program, and kind of jumped right into it. And then last season we, no locker room access. I'll say this, I know a lot of fans don't really care about media access, and that's fine. I nobody really has to, but like you're saying, telling us some of these stories, a guy like a Dieter Eisland or Trevis Gibson, like that's why I love having an open locker room, which is coming back. I'm so excited. Back this season, the ability to get in there and tell some of these stories and document some of these players. And yeah, you're exactly right. That's why I feel like it matters. From my perspective, I'm a big relationships guy. I like, talking to these guys, not just interviews, but just, shooting the shit and off the record stuff. And but even stuff that's just not even important. Just how's your family or things like that. But in terms of the storytelling, you're able to do so much more by actually being present and being in the locker room and developing these kind of relationships. So, yeah, I'm really excited from a storytelling perspective because we really haven't been able to do that for 2 years. It's whoever the Bears bring out to the podium, or 2 years ago, whoever was able to pop onto Zoom for 10 minutes or whatever. Like it was all the same. It was all just kind of the same stuff that everybody was hearing. And I love telling the stories, especially when we're talking about an off-season program. Like, I'm all for the 90th guy in the roster. Well, one of my funniest recollections of this, actually, I don't know if you'll remember the name. You remember the name Kasim Edebali?
I remember the name. I
so
could see
he
him.
was.
Florida A&M?
Oh, God, I can't remember the school, but preseason 2018. It's one of those stories. I remember loving writing this story. He had a great preseason. He was kind of that bubble guy in the roster fighting for an edge rusher spot. He had a great fourth preseason game.
Yeah.
And his wife was about to go into labor like the next day. So he was talking about the phone calls he was going to be receiving and how much was going on that weekend. It was just one of those great stories, like a Dieter Eisland type story. One of those just crazy stories that a guy you would never think about. And the next day they trade for Khalil Mack, and nobody ever thought about Kasim Edebali again. Spot on the roster was suddenly gone, replaced by an All-Pro. And it was funny. I wrote that story that night, and it was one of those great stories for a fourth preseason game, and just one of those great characters. And suddenly it doesn't matter the very next day. So, yeah, you win some, you lose some, I guess.
Remember Nick Reed? Nick Reed was a guy that did the same thing. He blew up in game 4, and I think he actually made the opening day roster for maybe a week or two. He was a defensive end back. I think Emery was here, but
that was before my time.
Yeah, same type of deal.
I can't remember Nick Reed.
But
Jesus.
Phil brought up Eddie Jackson. I talked about him a little bit. We do a show on our patron side on Sundays called Draft Mob, where we're breaking down everything leading up to the draft and players and stuff. And one thing that I do not think is talked about enough, and I understand that Eddie Jackson has been paid, and I've been just as critical as anybody of Eddie Jackson because his decline in pay coincides with when he got paid.
Yep.
But he has always been coached hard. I mean, he got coached hard at Alabama, and when he started to loaf at Alabama and he decided he didn't want to tackle, Nick Saban walked up to him and said, "You're a captain on this team, and you're going to sit right over here on the fucking bench if you're not going to tackle." And he did it. He benched him, which Alabama can afford to do that because you're just bringing in a 5-star to replace him. But at the same time, it benefited Eddie Jackson. He stayed on him. He kept on coaching him hard. He responded to it. He came back. He started playing like a different Eddie Jackson. Unfortunately, ended up breaking his leg. Then you saw him fall in the draft. But I'm not ready to completely write him off here. I know Eberflus talked about him having the clean slate, and I think the mindset of knowing that he's going to get coached hard again. Say, get your track shoes ready. You guys think that you've run. You don't know what running is like. You think that you've run just as fast as you can. No, you're going to run faster with me. A lot of guys respond to that. Some guys don't, and you'll see the guys that don't respond to it are going to be not long for the Chicago Bears. But I'm not ready to write off Eddie Jackson in this defense with this coaching staff, because he showed me previously that if you coach him hard, that he will respond to it. And I don't think he got that in Chicago under Matt Nagy and the BU and laid back. I don't know. What are your feelings on that, Chris?
You're exactly right. Yeah, and Phil asked me that question earlier about following up on that culture and who you want that buy-in from. You're right. It probably Eddie Jackson was probably the correct answer. Like, you look at, he's a good football player. There's no doubt about it. He's a really talented, dynamic safety who's, for whatever reason, I don't want to say. I mean, you mentioned the contract, but I'd also point to some of the turnover on that defensive staff, and they haven't had continuity around him in terms of coaching. Yeah, maybe it is different. And maybe you do get the best side of Eddie Jackson, the guy you saw in 2017, who was a rookie, was so motivated to prove himself. And 2018, with that great dominant defense, of becoming such a key cog. Like, maybe it's Vic Fangio who was kind of overseeing initially the development of him and more so coaching him hard. I don't know. It's hard to point fingers at anybody other than Eddie Jackson for the way the last few years have gone. He's got some really good coaches around him, and some guys are going to push him hard. Beyond that, he's at the point now where he's got this year. He's got an opportunity to prove something with his coaching staff. If he doesn't, if he's the same guy who's missing tackles or blowing coverages or whatever it might be, he's gone next year. Like, you find a way to move on, whether it's just a clean release or whether it's a trade or however you want to do it. This is a big season for him, and not in terms of financials. He's a made man now, but in terms of whether he wants to stay in Chicago or not. Like, clean start. The Bears could really use him and have that guy who we saw his first couple seasons return to that defense, because that would mean a great deal for this group. But I don't know. It's been frustrating to watch. Any Bears fans seen it. It's just it's mind blowing. It's maddening, and you hope it changes.
Listen, I can't thank you enough every time you come on. I know we've taken an hour out of your time, but I got a couple questions for you, some fun ones. Tupac or Biggie before we let you go?
Tupac.
He got my heart, Shayne. He's a Tupac guy.
Can you give us a comprehensive breakdown on Ryan Winslow, the punter, Chris?
He needs a nickname. We need a mega pun nickname for Ryan Winslow. So you got till July when training camp begins. Somebody on Twitter's got to come up with a great nickname for him.
Will you be when camp opens up? They'll open up the locker room. Is that when training camp, or is it
usually
in season?
In the past, it's been week 1.
Okay, that sucks a little bit because you should be able to talk to the undrafted kid from.
Usually, still can. In the past, it's been the case. If everything's the same, I love that. I mean, hell, you get it a couple weeks into training camp, and we all write the same stories and talk about the same stuff. Like,
Larry Mayer's the only one getting access. I mean,
lunch with Larry.
Lunch with Larry. When did you learn to love
Larry?
When did you love football?
I love Larry.
Chris, real quick though, before we let you go, you've been through the Ryan Pace era in terms of media coverage leading up to the draft, and now you're going to be experiencing this with Ryan Poles. Have they let you know? Is it kind of status quo from what it was with Pace, or is there anything different between the two regimes?
Yeah, and I hope it's different, not just from my perspective, but from a fan's perspective and really from an organizational perspective, Ryan Poles is really good at this. Like in terms of media and presenting a plan, he's really damn good at this. Like he's a communications background at Boston College, and he's just so damn sharp. I've been so impressed by him. I hope they bring him out there to let him continuously, especially in year one, when if it's tough or whether the team's doing well, however it may go. I want to hear him articulate the plan of this is what we're trying to do, or this is what we're seeing at Justin Fields to this point. Let him take ownership. Like if Ted Phillips is truly not the top football guy, and if Ryan Poles is the guy in charge, let him take ownership and be constantly present in terms of facing with the media and being available, speaking to the fan base. We're not, maybe the results aren't there yet, but we're building toward it. We got a young quarterback and we got an offensive line. Let him talk in front of before the fans on behalf of the organization and present where this thing is going. I think they'd be doing a great service to Ryan Poles and to themselves as an organization if they let him do that, because he's really good at this.
Totally agree.
So well said. You're just a tremendous guest. I know there's a lot of chat room comments about how great you were and everything of that nature. And I can't thank you enough, man. We got to get you back. How about we get you back after the draft so you could talk a little bit about it, what you thought and where we see this new GM and regime going into the season. Could we do that?
Let's do it. Absolutely.
You're the man. He's Chris Emma. Where can they find you, Chris?
670thescore.com and at Siema670 on Twitter.
There you go. Go Cubs, right?
New season's here. I cannot wait. Cubs
Go
tomorrow.
Dodgers. Go Dodgers.
On Friday. You say Dodgers? Are you Bama and Dodgers?
Yeah, you can blame my dad for that.
I'm sorry about the Duke game a couple nights ago. I don't know who's doing well in Chicago. Your Lakers are way down.
I'm a Bulls. I'm all over them.
Shayne jumping on bandwagons. I get it, Emma.
No, I'm a New York guy. So my dad's a New York guy. Brooklyn Dodgers. That's where that all came from.
Okay, I'll give you that.
My grandfather went to Bama.
Have been fired.
Sorry about Duke, though.
Yeah.
Well played, Chris Emma. Follow this guy. Send him some TTNL love. Chris, I also want to send you some TTNL swag. So reach out to me.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, give me the Addy and I'll send it out to you. I'll make sure our swag man is on it. And I really appreciate your time, man. You're all the best. Have a great night. Oh my God, he's such a good dude. So articulate. Remember, you were nervous, Shayne, the first time.
When Emma came, I don't think he could hear us. I'm like, I texted you. I saw him in the green room. Like I see our next guest, he's grinning ear to ear right now.
Oh yeah,
so we know that he's happy. We know he loves us. But when Emma was on the first time, I texted Phil. I'm like, this dude looks fucking pissed off. It's like Fishbane. We were playing his intro, and we didn't know he couldn't hear it, and I'm like, this
that happened with Fishbane too. Yeah, exactly. Listen.
But before we get to our guests, we gotta intro one more guy here.
Oh,
he's gonna sit in with us. Yeah.
He's also sitting in. I thought we were gonna leave him in timeout. Like,
hey, we have to take it easy on him. He's had a rough week. This guy
has he.
But let's do it.
I heard he was collecting unemployment.
You're on the air, baby. You're on.
We'll roll his little intro right here.
Lord Hans. All rise. It's Lord Hans. Not Han Solo. It's Cars.
No.
Our Bears nerd. Lordy.
Well, that's good.
That was his nickname in college, Han Solo, because nobody would ever go home with him. So,
I mean, that adds still to this
always
day.
working the Han Solo technique.
I mean, I was going to make an inappropriate joke, but I stopped myself. This is growth. This is growth, ladies and gentlemen. It just happened.
It is, Manscaped is sponsoring this show, and I think your growth is appreciated by them.
That's it. That's all. That's as far as it goes, guys. So that's it.
Well, we introduced you, but this next guest, who's the true guest, the infamous, I love this guy like a brother. Han Solo is here. Yes, but not this guest. This guy does everything, and he does it in the most straight, flat-line-ish way. Like, I wish I could be as zen as Matt Waldman is.
So do
when
we.
It comes to
You
everything.
don't have that Waldman voice. That's why.
Oh, no. My God. God gave Waldman a voice.
You're short and you have a shitty voice. That's not a great combo.
Is this when we've hit the motivational
I don't
portion
think
of the show?
He's deciding shit. He should be. You're no Simon Cowell. I don't need to hear you critique my smooth voice. Anyway,
I think we might need to do some motivational speaking here because that was really uplifting, Shayne. So I like that this is just building.
Rookie Scouting Portfolio, the creator of it. He does the Football Guys podcast. He's a friend of the network. He's once said, Shayne, I hope he doesn't take it back, that in all the podcasts and shows, this is his favorite. He's Matt Waldman.
Once we hit April 1st, we told you all that TTNL was going into overdrive with our 2021 NFL draft coverage to get you all ready. When we flipped the calendar, there was only one man for us to call to help us kick off our NFL draft talk. The Rookie Scouting Portfolio creator has set it all up for you to help get you prepared for the draft. You won't find another more comprehensive NFL draft guide out there. Hopefully, Matt sent one over to Collaboration Headquarters at Hallis Hall for Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy to use. Bears fans, TTNL fans, you are now on the clock. And with the first pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, TTNL Network selects Matt Waldman.
I think I need a 2x4 and like walking through the smoke after that.
I'm just blaming Jackal for not updating the years of this script. My God, what
Dude,
the hell are you doing, bro?
I have
Can you
no
make
idea
that-
what I did.
Come on, Jackal.
Jackal. We got to upgrade our narration there. It's 2022, the draft guide.
He's still the number one pick, though.
He's still.
Man,
yes.
y'all are too kind, but this is definitely a fun show to be on because, man, there's no other place I get to go where I feel like I'm actually sitting, like having beers, and just like hanging out, but like having like a good conversation, really great conversation about it, but interspersed with just like shit that everybody does that like makes you feel like you're just relaxing instead of working, you know. So it's awesome.
Oh, that
Love
sounds
it.
like Jackal and
appreciate
Claudio to a nutshell. That's why they're on this show. They're not working. They're just doing whatever.
They don't do shit.
They
Yeah.
don't do shit. They don't do shit.
Oh, this is Claudio the Barber. Yo, this is
Yeah. Yo, that's
Claudio the Barber.
Claudio the Barber. Anyway, we are stoked to have you back, as Jeremy Foyer is saying. The professor, the cool chalkboard behind him, breaking down tape, breaking down the drafts like nobody else does. Listen, I applaud this guy. Again, that same level of excitement. But you do get excited about players. Obviously, the Bears have big needs and not many picks, although they did trade Khalil Mack. Were you a fan of that move?
I don't like getting rid of good players, so that's just
I'm with you.
That's just kind of that's the surface level. I can't tell you about the cap. I can't tell you about how that worked and whether that was a favorable business decision. But as an operations guy straight through and through, you don't want guys like that to leave your building.
Yeah.
That's basically all I can say about it.
It wasn't a talent issue. It was definitely all about business. And clearing the financial books.
Yeah, the business, and when you get the business end, that's not fun. So that's basically how that goes. So anything
Welcome
that goes
to the NFL,
exactly.
Right.
You know,
what?
Oh. he looked like he got the business end slapped upside his head.
Very economical in his family, Matt.
Anytime gangsters are beating you up, that's the face he kind of makes. So that's just the way it works.
Or Angelo.
This is a great draft for what, Matt? Finish that sentence.
It's a great draft for evaluators to have challenging evaluations, because it's filled with a lot of boom bust talent.
Big time.
And you know, like for me as a guy who studies just 4 positions in depth, you know, quarterbacks, I always like to say quarterback needs intermittent bench time and playing time. The NFL is never going to do that again, unless it's by accident. So these quarterbacks are perfect for that thing that will likely never happen. If it does, this will be a first. The running backs are deep, but there's not a lot of demand for running back this year. So a lot of these guys might get lost in the woods, and then they got to reemerge, you know, and beat the labels that some of these coaches might give them because their draft capital was low and they didn't really give them enough reps in camp. Wide receivers boom bust because of injuries, because of guys who might not be tall enough to ride the ride, but might have game enough to be able to actually prove that they are the roller coaster in a good way. So that's interesting. Injuries to some of the top guys. And then guys who, you know, people might say, are they scheme fit guys or are they true guys who can transcend a scheme fit if they don't land in that? And then the tight end class, as always, you got Bill Belichick's way, which I like, which is screw the blockers. We can get them later. If you're drafting Jeremy Ruckert early, it's because, I don't know, I guess you're back in Woody Hayes days, as opposed to actually drafting a guy who can be a matchup problem at receiver and then worry about the blocking a little bit later. So there's a lot of guys maybe in the 4th, 5th, 6th round who could emerge as contributors in the receiving game. And then there's about 3 or 4 guys at the top who are just good enough as blockers, but very good receivers. So for me at this class, it's fascinating that way. Wide receiver could sneak in to be as strong as maybe the class, not this past class, but maybe 2020, 2019, if everybody hits. And that's pretty darn good.
It's the scariest class of wide receivers because I could talk myself into every single one of them, and I could talk myself out of every single one of them 30 seconds later. Like, it is, to your point, like, you watch these guys, you fall in love with a trait, and it's game over for you. You will ignore every other trait out there. Like, I love Jalen Tolbert, and there are so many red flags there, but I am choosing to ignore them and running straight through a brick wall for that one.
And that's a fun one too. I mean, he's certainly in my top 10 on my board, and I can see why that could work for him. But again, a lot of these guys are projections, and some of the points where they're projections are difficult points to say for sure that they'll meet expectations and grow into that.
Matt, do you think this draft is one where you feel a little bit more comfortable picking at, like, 28 and 34 versus having a pick up in the top 12?
Without a doubt, man. Especially if fortunately for you, you found your quarterback. Which is fantastic. They got it right a year early because, man, if you were the Cleveland Browns, before everything that went down there, this was the nightmare I've been telling the Cleveland Browns.
They would have listened to you last year on our show, right?
3 or 4 years ago. I was like, listen, they go, what do you think of Baker Mayfield? And I'm like, he's Jeff Garcia, and you're going to have a great team, and you're not going to have your quarterback, and that's going to suck if you wind up in a bad draft class. And this class is the one that, there's some guys, but I'd hate to be taking Kenny Pickett at 6. You know,
or
I mean,
Malik Willis at 2 or 3, wherever the Lions are. They're rumored on that one. That like terrifying.
Without a doubt. I'm terrified with all of that because there's ways that they could be good. And I think Pickett is good enough that, to me, it's like this. If Kirk Cousins is the Mason-Dixon line for a franchise quarterback, you know, and you laugh because Minnesota's just feels sick to their stomach that they have to sign this guy and say, is he or isn't he? I think Kenny Pickett could be slightly better than that or a lot worse, depending on how certain things fall with his game. And it's kind of, to me, his comparison to me was Chicago Bears Jay Cutler, which, you know, in the sense, I love Cutler coming out, but you know, after what the number that Denver did on him, you know, the Bears took him thinking he was a finished product, and he was far from a finished product, you know, and then everything ensued after that. And he just decided that he was going to be John Constantine, you know, in an approach to quarterbacking, you know, and just kind of enter everything like that, you know, pretty much. Yeah. So, you know, they lost him at that point. But yeah, it's tough. I would much rather be in the spot of not having to pick early on right now. It's a tough call.
What's really gotten to me is just how the wide range, like as I listened to you on with Ross Tucker and Emory Hunt, and I was, you know, listening to you guys go back and forth. And then when Emory did his top 10 quarterbacks, I'm like, he didn't have Kenny Pickett in his top 10 quarterbacks. He ended up having him at number 11. And I'm like, that was the first that I'd ever heard of anybody being that low on Pickett. But I said, just the wide range to me is completely fascinating in this draft, because there's, I mean, it's literally prospect by prospect, people are all over the fucking map.
They are, man. And it's one of the reasons is that because nobody is unbelievably strong all across the board, it starts to expose where evaluators favor certain things over others. And I think that anybody who's, you know, you look at Pickett, and to me, I call him the 3.5 quarterback one of this class, because he has all the physical skills that are good enough to be a starter. He moves around the pocket well enough to be a starter. There's accuracy for 3.5 quarters and decision making that's good. And in those final 3 to 5 minutes, it's like somebody else inhabited his body, and people are bailing him out.
Grossman syndrome.
I call it. You know, Kirk Cousins is also another syndrome. That is a perfect comp for that. Yeah, when the lights are on, you're like, that's not a guy who's home.
Meanwhile, my number one quarterback, who I have to give a tier, I put anomaly, because I know that it's most likely his draft. At best, there's a team going, we're going to trade up to the 3rd round to get him. And I've talked to some scouts since I had this grade and knew I was going to put him on top of my pre-draft board. I just said, well, how crazy am I? You know, like, is this going to be bad, or is this just going to be? And the player is Skylar Thompson out of Kansas State. And I graded him. Honestly, I haven't been able to say this on a podcast yet, and I can say it here, which is nice, is, you know, after I graded like 5 or 6 games, I thought to myself, oh, fuck me. I've got to put this guy pretty high on my board, I bet. You know, because I follow my process. And I was like, oh, I'm screwed. And so then I said, you know, he plays in that West Coast offense with that Carson Wentz and Trey Lance played in, and he doesn't get a lot of throws compared to a lot of these other guys. I probably need to watch more tape. So I watched another 5 or 6 games, and he scored higher. So it was just one of those deals and then I talked to people who were in the scouting community, and turns out there's an undercurrent of people that really like him. It's just that he doesn't have the production that gets decision makers in a position where they feel like they can cover their ass to pick a guy that high. And so
exactly,
but
that's politics, though, entering the draft.
Yeah.
Even in that. So here's your eye, a talented eye that I trust. And you have this quarterback from Kansas State that no one's talking about. Not yet, anyway. Yeah. After this show, there'll be a fucking story about it. But Skylar Thompson, you know, you do what I do. You go by the tape, and your analysis of it. And I respect that. So I just get disappointed when I hear that, because I think of my uncle Sam Rutigliano fighting with the GM at the time, saying, listen, don't give me guys because the media has said it.
Right.
Give me guys that look the part, act the part, and we've decided on tape they could play in this league. If you could do that and have your convictions, that separates the Bill Belichick's from the Matt Nagy's of the world.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's the type of thing. It's hard because what happens in normal companies across America and organizations that have the same syndrome is that you have people who are specialized in their craft to evaluate and analyze, and they're paid to do it. And then basically Slappy the billionaire decides that he's going to show up in the 11th hour. Exactly. And because he heard Colin Cowherd or he heard somebody else talk bad about somebody, and the car dealer who's his buddy, who they're hanging out in the sauna, trading sweat, talking about these players. Somebody goes, I hope you don't pick that. I hope you don't pick that guy over here, because man, I'm just gonna be laughing at you every week when we're in the owner's box. And this guy turns around and it's like, let's go ahead and pick Baker Mayfield at the number 1 overall, while other teams now we find out had a clue too that said we didn't have him as a first-round quarterback. And as a result of that, you see that it happened with Cutler in Tennessee. Tennessee wanted Cutler, and they wound up with Vince Young because the owner who passed, Bud Adams, was like, I want to do this to Houston for what they did to me. When the scouts and the coaches wanted Cutler. And so those things happen. And part of it too is the risk factor. Some of them are reasonable. Small school, multiple injuries, not the perfect height, weight that you look for at a position, and there's more questions, and so you don't want to invest that much in the player. I get that, even if there's a point where you kind of want to say, get some balls or some ovaries and like do what you need to do here, and like stop worrying about this stuff. But you need an owner who has that. And if you don't have an owner who backs you up to have that, then this is what plays out year after year.
Our owner goes to bed at 5:30 in the afternoon, after she ate her pudding for dinner. But anyways, I look at this draft, Matt, and you talk about the running back position, maybe being pushed down, and as an Alabama fan, I'm probably more critical than Alabama players than anybody. And one of the guys that I know that you like and I'm totally on board with, and I think is a guy that's going to surprise a lot of people in this draft when you get him on your NFL team. Because I think fans especially, and there's people in the media too, get intoxicated just by sheer speed when it comes to, they look at this guy, David Montgomery's got an 88 speed on Madden. He fucking sucks. You know what I mean? I look at Brian Robinson, and he's got literally everything that I want at running back except for the blinding speed. But in pass protection, he's going to do exactly what you want. His feet, he's, just everything there. And can you speak on him a little bit and kind of what you're projecting with him? Because I'm a big Brian Robinson fan, Phil. I know you are too.
Man, if I just let you finish your analysis, you don't fucking need me, because like Brian Robinson is you got it right there, man. It's like he can catch. He has soft hands.
Yep.
And he's gotten better every year. I thought he got a little more sudden, a little more efficient with his footwork. And the fact that he's a big dude who can play
load. He is,
and play side saddle to the quarterback in a pistol look, and has proven he can do that. I mean, it's no big deal that he sat behind a number of NFL caliber running backs over the course of time.
Go 5 deep in Alabama.
Exactly. So he's played well, and he's a back that, in a way, I mean, this is an old comp, but in a way, I don't think he has the speed of this guy. I don't remember the speed of this guy, to be honest, but he runs a little bit like him, and he has the build like him. Larry Johnson, the former Kansas City back from Penn State. There's a little Larry Johnson to him. without the anger, So I mean, listen, he's top 5 back on my board, and I think that there's a good shot that he could be as productive as anybody in this class in the right, with the right fit.
He's top 5 on mine too. Go ahead, Cars.
For wideout, when you're talking about craziness, my favorite part is in a normal year, Jameson Williams probably doesn't have a chance of being the first wide receiver off the board because of this injury. But right now, like, there's a very good chance, no matter what, that this guy could very well go number 1 off the board. So, like, when you talk about wideouts, like, what do you see the range? Like, you see everything from like nothing until later half of the first round to like, no, Jameson's going to go like 9, 10, 11 in that range and go. So like, what are you thinking about that wide receiver group overall?
I mean, for me, I think there's probably 3 guys that I feel comfortable as first round picks. And that's Chris Olave, Drake London, and Jameson Williams. They're my 3, like, I'm with you. Now, while I'm not as high on Treylon Burks as other people are, there you go. If Treylon Burks goes to the right fit for me, and it doesn't mean he has to be Deebo Samuel part 2, okay? He could be Kenny Golladay, in that sense. If he goes to the right team to express his traits well, I think he could bear out as a first-round pick. But for me, Olave, Brown, London, and Williams are my 3 guys. And then Wilson, I would not argue anybody with him. Garrett Wilson being a first-round pick. I think he's a little bit of a wild child with certain skill sets.
I'm with you on Wilson.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Wilson and it's like, all right, if Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson are a nice contrast in this sense. Marquise Lee, when he came out of USC, all the athlete you want to be, make all the moves you want to make, made all the great, he made some really impressive catches, but he didn't know how to transition downhill. He would lose 3 yards where he had an easy 7 because he was trying to gain 40. And that's what Garrett Wilson does. Garrett Wilson also has difficulty against patient physical corners, not as much as Devonta Smith, but as much on a level where they can hang him up some, and he's got to get a little better at that. And part of that is that he's so athletic. I call him the Kenyon Drake of wide receivers, in the sense that when Kenyon Drake started, he was all moves, but not efficiency. And Wilson can be too twitchy with a lot of his movements. He's like a fly that's jumpy, in terms of, his movements. And Olave, in contrast, is much more efficient, much more refined in those areas. And while Wilson makes the difficult, flashy catches, he also looks like he's doing high-end math, and it looks difficult for him because he claps onto the ball. And again, that's not a killer for players. Cortland Sutton claps onto the football, still plays good football. A lot of young guys have to learn that. But Wilson does that, and that doesn't translate as well to the NFL early on, where it can lead to drops, contested catches can be problematic. And because he's concentrating on having to, bring his hands together to make a difficult adjustment on a catch, he holds the ball out longer than he should in those situations. I've watched him against Michigan and a few other plays where he's holding it out, and I'm going, if the defender had any sense, this ball would have been knocked out of his hands before it was fully in there. And so I almost feel like he's like, did I get the answer right? And somebody was like, you did.
We're not sure how.
Yeah. So Wilson, to me, he'll get there, I think, but there are a couple of trap doors. And then, after that, certainly, we talked about Treylon Burks. I certainly think that people will go for George Pickens, in the sense that the athletic and the flashy speed and all the different things with him there. I can see him as a 2nd-round pick more than a 1st-round pick, and I would rather have guys like Christian Watson or Alec Pierce or Jahan Dotson. I like Tolbert. He's in my top 10. Yep. And the guy who I like the most that he's my 5th ranked guy is Justyn Ross. Justyn Ross to me.
Clemson.
Yeah, man. Listen, the Justyn Ross, the congenital neck injury, the neck cervical spinal injury that cost him a year. He had to break, he basically had to rebuild his body just to get back on the field. He did that and then got a Jones fracture. Yep. And he played the entire season on a Jones fracture. So, basically half the season, at least the second half of every game, he was not the same player because that Toradol had to wear off. Yeah. Okay. so let's frame it this way. Late November, he gets the surgery. If you don't further fuck up the injury that you incurred in August, which I'm sure he did multiple times, that's a 6 to 8 week recovery, immobilized for at least 6 to 8 weeks. I'm sure he might be doing some pool work down in Clemson or things like that, but he's not putting a lot of any stress on his feet and knees and legs, which means that all of the running, cutting, jumping, refining of what you could do to game yourself for the combine isn't there until you come off being immobilized. Instead of having 10 to 12 or 13 weeks to get ready for the combine, you have 6 and you've been immobilized. And now you do all that and you still run a 4.56 in the 40 and jump 31 inches after being immobilized for 6 weeks before and playing on basically Toradol for the entire year. So I posed this to a guy who's a biomechanics expert and scout, who was a scout. And I just said, am I just full of shit that I'm making up fiction here about this, or is this logical? And he said to me, I would be very surprised if he was remotely at the level athletically of what we saw early in his career, at the combine. And I said, so it makes sense that I could imagine him being in August. Some team goes, well, we thought he'd be more athletic because he played on that injury, now that he's healed, but he's far more explosive than we thought. And I just, what I saw different from him compared to his previous, pre-injury was, well, A, he didn't have Trevor Lawrence, and B, his cutting ability was a little off. And I noted that he had just some trouble making people miss. He had, some balance or explosion issues with some certain things that just didn't look quite as good at certain points in games. And now that you come to find out that he played on a Jones fracture, you're just like, well, I remember Antonio Gates playing on some foot fractures and not looking like himself for about 2.5 years and coming back and then looking pretty darn good. And I think that, so for me, Ross would have been a first round pick. Now I think he's maybe a 3rd or 4th round pick who will, if it works out for him, will end up playing like the guy that maybe a lot of us thought he was early on.
You see,
do you think that Cars is right that Jameson Williams will go in the top half of the draft, or will he slip in my dreams to 39?
Man, you are dreaming, and I love the dream you got, but man, it is a dream, and it's better than you dreaming that your teeth are falling out. That's all I'll say.
He gets to 39. We're doing Coke live on TTNL draft night.
We're going to be running up.
Better call my guy just in case. Then, Jesus.
I had this dream, because of the injury that teams are putting.
He's already moving around. Great work.
And you know why this is like the most skeptical take with this would be this. Anybody who feels like they don't know exactly what they're doing, they've bought themselves a year by picking him in the first round. So it's a safer pick than going off on a guy that maybe they don't feel quite as strong about, because then they can double up on their picks and say, we didn't really have a first round pick this year because Jameson Williams was a redshirt guy for us.
Do you see any of, before we move too far away from Ross, do you see any of Marvin Jones in him?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I can see a little bit of that. And I think that Jones was probably a little bit better with breaks.
Yep.
But Ross is probably, I would say that's a very good comparison for him. The standby to me was, if he is the athlete that people are writing about now, as opposed to what I think he really is, then he's more, maybe he's more Hakeem Nicks, Corey Davis type of player. But if he's the athlete that I think he is, he's more AJ Green, and then you're suddenly looking at that and going, this could have been the best receiver in this class. So that's what makes this so much fun, but it's
exactly,
but crazy.
I love receivers. I was a receiver. And you break down receivers so well. This Sunday, if you're a patron, Matt Waldman's going to be joining us breaking down a few receivers. One of them I'm going to ask you about right now. Alec Pierce seems to be the hot name for Bears fans in the chat right now. What are your thoughts on the Cincinnati receiver and his chances maybe becoming a Chicago Bear in that second round? What are your thoughts on him?
I like him. I'm a fan because if you look at, let's just talk about the physical profile so that we can get that shit out of the way and just say, listen, he's a little bigger than Justin Jefferson. He's about as fast as Justin Jefferson. He leaps 3.5 inches higher than Justin Jefferson. He is, as almost as quick or a little quicker than Justin Jefferson, and he wins at the catch point very well like Justin Jefferson. Now, does he run routes like Jefferson? No, not yet.
Right.
But the potential is there. He's not as good of a runner in the open field. He looks kind of tentative in the open field compared to what his athletic ability would lead you to think. On the field, it's not expressed as well, but he's a hell of a blocker. And I know that the coaching staff that came into Chicago wants to run that ball down the gullet of some teams. And you want a guy that's willing to take on an off-ball linebacker and stick with him through the whistle. And Alec Pierce is going to do that for you. And he's going to be a good play-action deep threat. You can put him in the middle of the field, and he's someone, he does get yak. But he's definitely a guy that the make you miss factor, I've just seen what I've seen with him on tape. It just needs I just think there's more meat on the bone than what he's shown with that so far. But yeah, to me, if my evaluation is totally fucked up, like I got drunk or something and I didn't know it, and or I ate the wrong kind of mushrooms for lunch or something, and I thought I saw Justin Jefferson as like an aspiring comp, his worst comp would be a better Marquez Callaway. And so that's the floor to me. So I think he's in between that. And I would rather see him in Chicago than Green Bay. That's all I can tell you. I'm right with you. I think he'll be there at 39. And anyway, I won't pontificate more, but become a patron this Sunday. Matt Waldman's going to join Shayne, myself, and George Bayless breaking down receivers in the draft with some tape. Alec Pierce being one of them. I'll just surprise you with the rest.
There'll be some coffee involved. It's an early show, 9 a.m.
No, we're going 11 a.m.
That's right.
11 a.m.
Yeah, Phil told me, he's like, fuck, Waldman's a pussy, won't wake up.
So. That's right. Ugly. I need Ugly over here needs all the beauty rest he can get.
I said none of the sort. I said none of that. I love Matt Waldman. If you're not following Matt Waldman, or you're not, I don't know what rock you're living under. Maybe Hans's rock in Scotland or wherever he has land.
Scotland, thank you. Yes,
I did say it right. See, right there, Matt Waldman, rookie scouting portfolio. And when you purchase this and you're prepared like nobody else, aside from you TTNL heads that come on Draft Mob every day, it'll check all the boxes for you. Matt Waldman, RSP.com. Get that book. Let them know you saw it on TTNL. There it is. Shayne, don't spoiler alert at all. Don't.
No, this is just the breakdown. I'm not giving away the good stuff.
He's just showing what's in there, man.
Okay.
If I gave away all of his good stuff, this would be a 12-hour show because that shit's like 1,400 pages long.
And you'd be through the introduction.
Yes. But yeah, no, it is a monster. But man, I love it, man. I talked to you a little bit there last year when I was dealing with last fall when I was dealing with stuff with my son Riley, and he 11 years old. He's like, have you downloaded that yet? And I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. That's his must read because he's getting into this draft process more and more. every year. And
you traded him last year. I mean, I'm
my
surprised.
son,
You traded your son.
We didn't have a
Justin
quarterback.
Fields.
Yeah, I did do that live on air. I said, if we can get Justin Fields or quarterback here, I'll trade my son. But yeah, I'll do it again. But no,
that's because you had a string attached to him anyway,
right.
And he knew where to come back. So this was all a con anyhow.
It is
like a boomerang.
Yeah,
you got an 11-year-old here in New York that's reading the RSP before he goes to bed every night. So that's a compliment to you.
That is awesome. And I will say this, since April is Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Yep.
And one of the great things that I'm very proud of about the RSP is that the RSP has donated over $50,000 in the past 10 years to Darkness to Light, an organization devoted to preventing sexual abuse of children and training individuals, organizations on how to spot potential for abuse that may happen, as well as how to handle it when it does, because some of the biggest trauma that happens for children when this unfortunate event occurs is when organizations are apprised of it and they deny it happened or don't know how to handle it well. And so they do a great deal of work. Ali Rossman is a spokeswoman for the organization. And, the fact that I've donated up to $5,000 a year now and have been able to proudly say we're, halfway to 100 is, I'm hoping we can get there at some point. So you get an exhaustive draft guide on those 4 positions that I'm told by Alex Brown of SMU, the head of recruiting, director of recruiting for SMU, that when he meets with scouts on a regular basis, that the 2 draft guides that he sees from scouts who look at it as an independent cross-checking device, it's the RSP and Dane Brugler's draft guide. And I'm going to say this because I can only say this here because I have all the respect in the world for Dane Brugler. And he does fantastic work. But if yes, it's beautiful. Now I want you. Now, can you hold that beast up? Because he calls it the beast.
Yeah.
Hold it to the side here. Okay, that is a beast of a draft guide, and it's a beautiful looking draft guide.
It is.
Mine is very basic looking, but I'll tell you this: if that's the beast, that's like Kevin Nash, and I'm Andre the Giant.
Yes.
So I'm just. Yes. Or Big John Studd versus Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
In terms of like the beast, I call mine the little draft pamphlet now, just to be ironic. But Dane is awesome, and please don't, I'm just saying it is kind of in fun because it is what he does is a beast of a job. Anybody who puts that together,
I've never had him on the show. Maybe you can reach out for.
Have you ever thought of doing it in book format, Matt?
I've tried to print it out once. It was a colossal failure. I'll just put it to you that way because I think I have the phone book somewhere lying around here. I've actually shown one,
so much,
and I just said this was one chapter, and it was just like I don't want to kill trees. I'll just put it that way. I like trees. I like the air we breathe, and I do not want to be responsible for depriving the planet of the gases that we need. So I'll put it that way.
You are the Anne Rice novelist of draft breakdowns. How about that? I read all her books. They were like fucking 30 pounds each because she went into such detail. Anyway,
you could defend your home with the RSP. Yes, you could.
Exactly. Yes. You can nail criminals with it.
Whether you stuff it in there as bulletproof, or you slap somebody upside the head with it, or
literally death by 1,000 paper.
Or you jump off. You use it as your top rope to jump off and give somebody a
God forbid someone throws that out of an apartment building.
That's
someone on the ground.
I just have a sign that says I am armed with the RSP. Trespassers will be dealt with appropriately.
It's like the old dropping a penny off the Empire State Building. Just drop the draft guide off and see what happens at the bottom.
Nuclear war.
But it is easy to navigate. I'll put that way. It's all bookmarked, and a lot of the stuff I do is glossary terms. So if you want to learn how to scout yourself and use my process as a jumping off point, you could do that. That's why it's there. But there's 1,000 pages of information that I bet about I'd say 700 to 900 of it, you're going to probably want to read over the years, and you can look back at it and go,
exactly.
When the 4-letter word.com networks, say, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? You can probably look it up on the RSP from 3 years and go, oh, well, there's a complete report. Let's see how that is.
I can verify. If you trust me, I trust this guy. I don't think I've said it, but first time I met him, he's the most thorough scout analyst I've ever been around, and he's also the most humble. So you don't have to explain your humble brag here. The reality is when someone purchases this, they're going to be better for it. And I know that is the truth.
Give me some fucking names.
Give me some fucking names, Waldman. I know you did you bring some scout tape tonight?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Listen to this. So tonight we are going to look at a under the radar receiver live here. How about that, Shayne? This is Carr's first experience watching tape with Phil and Shayne live, I think. Isn't it, Shayne?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, normally I just look at Excel spreadsheets, so it's really nice to be able to see.
See, my favorite thing about this show is Cars, because I got to say this, because I've seen Cars on Facebook, and now that I've seen, Cars plays the whole nerdy role, but he towers over all of us.
Oh my God.
All of our asses. So it's when I saw that, I said, only Chicago would have the nerd be the guy who looks down on everybody.
When he walked in the room, when we first met, I already knew that there was word on the streets that he was tall, right? So we're in Chicago in this bar in a TTNL meet and greet, and it was amazing. And then everybody's like, holy shit, Cars is here. It was like whispers turned into wows. Even Big Steve Edwards was like, damn, Cars is a big motherfucker.
The Bears fan in me, when I got to meet Chris Zorich and he literally had to do one of these, it was like, all right, I'm in a good place. I'm in a good place right now.
Waldman, Cars got invited out to dinner with Eric Kramer. And Cars stood him up. Couldn't believe it. He's like, yeah, man, I'll be in town. I'll take you out. What was it?
It was Halloween. I was going. My kids were going.
Fuck them kids. Just like MJ says, it'll be Halloween next year.
Oh, fuck yourself. Yeah,
Eric Kramer.
That's
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
That's exactly what I said. Exactly what I did. It's like, you're my hero, Eric Kramer, but fuck you. I am out. This is done.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I love
beautiful.
it. Oh, Matt Waldman. Who are we looking at here?
Well, we're looking
tape.
One is I wanted to torture you just like I get tortured every year by watching fucking Blue on Blue for a little while, but hopefully we'll switch that out a little bit. But this is Khalil Shakir out of Boise State. And Shakir definitely has the speed and quickness you're looking for from a starting receiver. We're going to watch him here, hopefully, a little bit from the slot. And you're going to see him actually work a little bit over the middle here. And what I want to show you is a little bit of just the intelligence that he has transitioning, downhill. Unlike Garrett Wilson, what you see here is you have the quickness of Wilson in a lot of respects, but also the smarts of how to get downhill quick, how to put on the brakes, how to transition, how also to slow down at the catch point a little bit against zone where you don't run into the opposing defender. And then, go ahead.
No, you saw him there. I don't know if you could pull it back.
Yeah.
I want people to see what Waldman's showing you here. Watch as he's in the slot and he knows he's running shallow, but he gets away from that defender who he knows is working up and then is able to turn his body just with great fluid. I want to see that in a slot receiver, obviously working out of the slot. See how he stops there
Look how he went back towards the ball to catch it, to generate like an extra half a yard worth of separation at that
Imagine
point.
having a Chicago Bears wide receiver do that. I mean, Phil, how often did we talk about that? Just that little nuance.
He recognizes Shayne.
Yeah.
Watch how he recognized that defender driving up on him on the hash. And the hashes are wider in college game. So when you're running these shallow crosses, you got to be your head on a swivel. I can't emphasize one other thing going from the coach's angle right here. Watch after he catches. This is how I know when I'm looking at a receiver. Right after he catches, he comes back to the ball, as Cars is saying, but watch him transition low and fully accelerate forward, getting every possible inch of yards. That, to me, one play right here is checking a box of toughness and intangibles that I want to see from a slot. So,
and at 5'4", Phil is used to getting an extra inch and working for that extra inch every time.
Listed at 5'11" in the Hofstra media guide, although I never made it into the RSP.
Well, hey, we might have to do that at some point.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God! If we do
only 1,800 pages, Phil.
No, it's a very short.
If we do a Waldman tape breakdown of Phil's Hofstra time, I'm all on board. Sorry, go on.
We'll have to do it, but we're going to see him now matched outside. And one of the things that's nice is he has some issues catching the ball. They're a lot like Deontay Johnson. He can clap onto the ball at times and fight it a little bit because the technique isn't perfect. But when you see him make plays like that,
that's a great route too.
Yeah. The hand-eye court. Let's look back at the route then real quick.
Watch this route.
Yeah.
Watch him as he breaks to the out, the fluidity of the out to the up and turn your head. I love that high point.
Yeah.
You'll see it even better from behind, I'm sure, but
that's right. And when you have that hand-eye coordination and the ability to make the difficult catches like this, and the issue you have is just an easy technique fix. If you pay attention to it,
that's a one-hander.
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Look at this catch, Cars. His eyes are on it. Look, they're still on it. Well, I always say when I'm coaching kids, receivers, Matt, you catch with your eyes.
Yep.
Then your hands.
And you can see it with guys who track the ball well. And it's such a great way that you put that, because the guys who track the ball well don't leave their feet unnecessarily. And when you see them have to leave their feet, it's almost like you're watching a progressive diagnosis of where if the ball's high, they extend their arms first and see if they can, and then their eyes start to realize they can't reach it. Then they leave their feet. The guys who are not confident and don't track well, they actually wind up jumping first, and the ball is actually at their chest now. And now they're trying to do gymnastics to figure out how to get their hands on the ball correctly. So Shakir doesn't really have that issue. Some of the guys in this class do. But
we've been dealing with 5 years of jumping wide receivers when they haven't needed to. Right. It's so infuriating. Like you lose all yards after the catch. You lose everything in so many situations.
And here's another one that's a really nice demonstration of catch radius. You see here where we'll go back to it. He does a nice job with the shed right there, or the wipe, and then going, angling out. And you can use him in the slot right away in that capacity, because that he has the speed to match up well. He doesn't, he can run some of these vertical routes, and he's got the wide catch radius to make that another one-hander.
Once again, you see what Matt's talking about here. The focus of the eyes allows, look where his eyes are on that ball. Matt, when the rotation of a football is coming, there's a certain eye angle, I call it, that you have to drill that hand and catch that ball one-handed. It's a amazing talent when somebody could do it consistently. That means they really could do it. I don't like the showboat one-handed. Both of these, though, were necessary.
Exactly.
Yes. That's the difference.
And that's the thing, is that now there's times that you're going to see him juggle some of these one-handers because they hit his palm rather than his fingertips, or they hit his arm rather than his fingertips. But the fact that he's making some of these tough plays and that I've seen him catch with his fingertips, it's just a matter of re-drilling that basic, tennis ball catch with your fingertips because you know, type of deal. So, yeah, there's a lot of promise there in that respect. Now we're going to watch him. Let's see, which one is this? Okay, just over the middle. And again, just seeing the open field efficiency. It's not, it's not unbelievable in terms of his movement isn't unbelievable, but it's like, it's what it needs to be. Quick, efficient. Yeah. And he doesn't,
it's subtle. Yep.
Yeah. And he doesn't go down easy. Like he's not a tackle breaker necessarily, but he knows how to finish, and he will drop the pads on you and finish tough. And they use him as a runner.
I like that he doesn't go out of bounds there at the end and be simple. I did what I needed to do, and I'm going to go out of bounds right there. I cut back and I get more.
Yeah.
That is a football player. So that's checking off a box for me. Look at him spin, understand what he's doing. Look at your block. Number 5 is throwing you a great block. Don't waste it by going outside and getting out of bounds. Watch 5. You deserve to cut up in there.
Yeah.
And he does that. That to me gets me goosebumps. I love football players that carry every inch like it's your last.
Yeah. And to me, as much as I am a longtime Cleveland Browns fan, I have to say he looks like a Steelers wide receiver. Hines Ward.
I see it.
Exactly. That's exactly, the first guy I thought is, Hines Ward, a little Emmanuel Sanders, a little bit of a little Antonio Brown. I mean, he's not at the level of those guys, obviously, but there's something there that has that. There's the toughness and football player aspect of his game. As you said, that's exactly when I see guys who are wide receivers who are football players.
Exactly.
I think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, as much as I hate to say that. But
no, but it's a great point. And one thing, just to top off what Matt Waldman, if you're just checking in right now, we're doing live tape breakdown on the Tape Never Lies Network. What do you think? What are you doing? What are you thinking? And we're looking at right here, Shakir from Boise State. My guy here is showing you what kind of football player he is. And just the cherry on top, Khalil Shakir. As we talk about football players, our GM is changing a culture here in Chicago. And this kind of effort and this kind of attitude, this guy's a name you got to keep an eye on. I love the Hines Ward comparison. Obviously, we've watched a few clips. I've studied him because I said to Matt Waldman, to give you a little perspective for tonight, bring a sleeper guy on here, someone you really like. And Waldman was juggling because he's got this rookie scouting portfolio weighing in about 438 pounds of analysis. So he brings on Khalil Shakir. I've caught you all up that are just tuning into this deliciousness on a Wednesday night, breaking down tape. I love it.
And, early on, we always talk about beating press coverage. You got to beat press coverage in the NFL. You got to win man coverage in the NFL. But your early opportunities for a guy like Shakir will often come in zone. And there are a lot of things that happen with zone coverage that people forget about. Wide receivers have to be on the same page with their quarterback on what to understand about the zone, about zone pre and early post snap, and understand how to create an open target. So when he's breaking between this coverage where you have the triangle of the defensive back and the two linebackers here, he has to really present an easy target for his quarterback by squaring up the pads and slowing down his pace enough so that this defender dropping at the quarterback's right hash, he keeps that window open as long as possible. And then when he makes that catch, you see he does a good job looking it in before he turns downfield, and he takes a little bit of a shot with it. And it's not a big deal for him.
What's a quarterback's best friend, guys? Separation and making yourself a target. Those things are key and critical at the receiver position. There, he knows he's going to get walloped.
Well, and what was one of the number one things with our wide receivers, Phil, was the lack of separation, especially in the middle of the field.
Darnell Mooney was one guy that I feel like has the right temperament, this attitude that I saw. Victor Cruz, Landry from the Browns, they want the football. So I watch Shakir and I see him want to football. He runs every route physically. Look at this route. Getting punched in the face. He separates and gathers and makes himself a target in separation. Look at this.
Yeah, look at the violence of his hands as the defender shoots there. And, the fact I like seeing young receivers, even if they don't have a whole library of, hands maneuvers and footwork that they put together just yet, when they can use their hands with violence, that's a good sign. And you can see there that he's able to counter with his hands quickly to not get hung up there.
Isn't it always fun to watch these clips and to see how bad quarterbacking can be at the college level? And you're just like, oh my God.
That's part of the deal.
That's why some receivers, when they get to the pros, are better than you thought.
We broke down Christian Watson Sunday, and that was some of those were hard to get through.
Especially with that quarter. And same with my boy Treylon Burks.
Yeah, for sure.
Arkansas quarterback is not on time to help
scheme too. Like it's the most frustrating part. Like you love these guys because they get to the pros and the good teams are like, this is how you use this guy. But in college, it's all these guys are going, no, you're going to do it this way. Like, well, he's not really the greatest that way. Like, well, he's just going to have to do it that way.
Yeah.
This catch and turn all in fluid, because to what Cars is talking about, it's a bad throw that he makes. Just, I don't know. It's like somebody that's done this for years.
Yeah.
And you can't coach that right there.
Exactly. I mean, the smooth transitions, whether it's continuing across the field or getting downhill, and just the adjustments. And that's the thing that should show you that even if he has some drops on his resume, the fact that he's making these types of plays and technically sound, that should give you a good indication. And I use some non all 22 cut-ups because there were some plays here that I thought provided better angles than what the all 22 provides. So this is a good one where he basically breaks open in the middle of the field, and watch the burst here.
Oh, wow.
To get past the defensive back, and he doesn't take it all the way, but the fact that the near side pursuit of that defensive back had the angle on him, and he can reaccelerate.
He does look a little bit like Cooper Kupp on that these last few plays. I got to admit that. Someone whose 40 time isn't going to time, but look at how they play the game of football.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I could see why you like this. Wednesday night sleepers with Matt Waldman.
There you go.
I wish we could make it a regular segment here. I can't convince. I don't know how much Shayne could pay Waldman to get him in here.
It's just time factor more than anything. I would love to be able to do it. Maybe when I have one gig, that we could make that a regular staple. And I would love that.
I love watching him
every
go back
draft
to the ball.
season. Oh yeah.
He continually goes back to the ball to find it, to generate and go.
Yeah, here it comes. And again, he's working open on this play because he starts at the left side of the field, drifts across, waving his hand, and makes sure he comes back as Carr said.
That's Victor Cruz right there. Would do that, save Eli 1,000 times.
So frustrating for a corner too, isn't it?
Oh my God.
It's like that hustle guy in basketball. The one guy, like you take your eye off of him for a second, and you're like, shit, he's gonna go score.
Yeah.
Look at this little shit. Well, he's not little. He's 6 foot. I think he's measured at 6 foot. What does he weigh? 198? The way he's running.
Yeah, somewhere in the 190s. I mean, enough.
Yeah, I think he weighed in at 187, but yeah, it's close enough.
Oh my God. Please tell me he didn't catch this ball.
It didn't stay in bounds, but he caught it. And that's again
this quarterback. What is he doing?
Yeah, this is an awful decision. You know, and it's one of those deals
you
where
can swear on here, Matt. Call him.
Oh yeah.
Look at this fucking effort. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And that's what you want to see. Like,
Oh,
I like looking
100%.
at plays like that because that tells me he can make the tough catches. So when he drops a ball like this, and this is what I want to show, is you're going to see him clap catch this ball. And this is, what 3-year-olds do when you throw them the ball and it, they clap their hands on it. And that's hard to do. It's hard to time that and win that ball. So he's got to fix that. And if he can fix that, he'll be fine. But these things, these fearless plays over the middle, these plays to like dive in towards the oncoming defender and not be distracted.
Come on. That is a football player.
Yeah.
So you need to write his name down for
absolutely
Ryan Poles.
But just to I don't want to compare these two exactly, but you're talking about the hands and needing to work on the hands. And I don't want to put another Alabama name out there, but where are you on Mechie? Because that's something where Mechie needs to work on. He can be wildly inconsistent with his hands.
Yeah.
But he can do work in the middle of the field. And once he does secure the ball, he can do some damage. But where were you on him?
I wanted to be higher on him because my buddy Mark Schofield was high on him to begin the year.
Yeah.
But he had too many catch point issues. Like Shakir's issues are more isolated to the clapping of this type of thing, whereas Mechie gets confused of when the ball's on his frame, and this happens with a lot of young receivers.
He's definitely a body catcher.
Yeah, when the ball's on his frame, he doesn't know whether to use overhand or underhand technique, and then he ends up, using the combined thing or the clap gator catching, all that kind of stuff, and that can be problematic. Yeah. So that's the only thing. The only thing good for clapping like that is if you are a Florida Gator fan, I guess.
You don't want to clap to catch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually good life example.
You don't want to catch the clap. That's
exactly. You knew exactly where I was going with that one.
Whenever you talk about the clap, you got to add Claudio to the group.
Here's another unbelievable play that why did they just throw that up there?
With your fingertips.
Yeah.
Always.
Yep.
Even if it's below your belly button, you want to turn those thumbs out and put those fingertips up. They're going to soften any blow. I got to careful what I'm going to say because Jackal will make it a drop for the next show. What round, people in the chat, do you think this guy is going to go?
I am so this is where I'm not very qualified because I don't follow I don't ask people about rounds and where they think they'll be, but I would have to guess third or fourth round is probably where he'll be. And he's gotten some popular play among scouts from what I can tell. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a player that somebody trades up to get in the early third round or late second round at best if they're in love with him.
Look at that catch right there.
It's the speed though, right, Matt? I mean, like he's got some go to him, and those are the type of wideouts that scouts and GMs fall in love with. Like, you be anything, just be fast.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Richardson was a speedster who I loved, but he got the Seattle traded up in the second round to get him. The former Colorado player.
Oh, Colorado.
Right. The guy who made that catch that looked like he was Plastic Man against the Detroit defender in the playoffs that one year. That he would be invited to the Brandon Lloyd Invitational for acrobatic
Brandon Lloyd.
That would replace that would be the NFL slam dunk contest if they ever did it. I'm planning on hosting it on my island when I retire.
Look at the route here again.
Yeah.
I love how he sticks the acting. It's looking like you're running out, then up, turn. Look at him focus those hands. Oh, I love this kid's. The best trait this guy has, to me, is the violence that he's not afraid of.
Yeah.
When you get a guy that's this quick, he has football speed, and he's tough. And look at him right there, on cue. Puts his fucking pad right in his chest. Watch it from this angle.
Yeah.
These are the guys that the Chicago Bears have not had at receiver that say that's the first down marker. I'm gonna get there.
Yep.
Any way I can. Darnell Mooney is the first one
Yep.
that I've seen. And here, look at this kid.
Attitude.
Yes.
You know, football attitude.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
Against Wyoming. Is that Muma?
Oh, let me go back to that play because that's a nice little play.
Look at this.
Right between the triangle and just transitions downhill. Yeah.
We haven't had that. I'm trying to. This kid is Hines Ward like, and Cooper Kupp now.
Wild. He moves the way he needs to move. And there's a nice little double move right there.
I love
There's the acting.
Yeah.
There's
watch
the
it.
acting.
Watch it again here, and just watch how he opens up his frame.
Right
just
there.
a little bit there. Yeah. And he plays with pace very well. It wasn't so much a cut or a drop of the weight, though players do that very well and can do that well. But the fact that he plays with pace so well that he keeps defenders guessing.
This is a Bears show. We can't say pace. We'd rather you say tempo.
Tempo. All right. I'm good with that. Nobody wants to play with pace. I understand. Okay.
Unless you're a former Chicago Bear and then you're running to Atlanta.
Everybody's going to the Falcons.
There's nothing like my favorite plays in the NFL, like, are when you catch a wideout who just roast somebody on a double move. Like anybody that can pull that off properly, like there's something about seeing those moves and watching that defender instantly know.
Yeah.
Watch the Philadelphia Eagles. It happens once a week, man. Double moves against the Eagles secondary.
They are.
Look at this kid out of the break. Terrible ball. Dives.
Should we change the Eagles' name to the Beer Can Chickens of the NFL?
My family are all Eagles fans, Matt. So I have to. I love it when they.
That sounds like a name. Did you guys used to see the betting guides that were in the convenience store of Leonard's Losers?
Yeah.
Leonard's Losers was one of my favorites because he always had these crazy names for the teams.
Yeah.
And like the Beer Can Chickens would be a perfect one for the Eagles.
Absolutely.
You know,
the Connecticut Deer Ticks.
And again, this is just a nice little route. He doesn't do anything unbelievable with dropping his weight here, but he's still sudden, even with where he could refine his turns. And so when you can be that quick in and out of your break, and you're not even doing it at a technically optimal level,
I mean, that's
nice. Yeah.
Look at him. Focused, hands catch. Had to jump.
He got his body in front of the defender, which, again, a Bears thing has always been allowing a space for a defender to jump it.
Yeah.
That's a great focus catch, too. Tonight, you're getting Sleeper Wednesdays with Waldman on TTNL. Look at this. Khalil Shakir, Boise State wide receiver. We're looking at him. I like what I'm seeing about this kid.
Yeah. And I'm sorry that you might have an Excedrin headache, number one, if you watch too much of this tape. I usually have to take like a full day or a full 4 hours after I watch Boise State, in these situations. But hopefully we varied it up enough that you don't have a headache after watching it. So I do love you guys. I promise. You know, it's not...
But this is what you love about the draft, right? Because it's like you forget about Boise State for so long, and when these guys come kind of out from nowhere, right? And you're just like, how did you end up at Boise State with some of these traits, and how was this missed? It's why you can't beat the NFL draft. It's why everybody has 47 draft guides watching ESPN and NFL and whoever else at all points. You just can't beat it. It just can't be beat.
Yeah. And that's the fun part about this, about studying college football players, is that even though you can play it safe and you can look at the numbers and say, listen, the safe play is to look at these big schools, the big programs that fund all the money. There are always players that are the outliers.
Yeah.
There are always players who have a story that you look at and just say the metrics aren't there, or they're barely there. And somehow this guy continues to make plays because other things are there. You know, Kennedy Brooks is that player for me in this draft class. And I'm a big fan of him as a running back, and I think that, you know, I don't have him rated as highly as maybe other guys, as maybe he could be. But you know, I remember interviewing DeMarco Murray at the Senior Bowl when DeMarco Murray was a prospect, and Murray coaches Kennedy Brooks now, and to hear him talk, I know that you know, that's kind of an ultimate compliment when you're saying, like, we have a bunch of great backs coming through Oklahoma, and this guy, he doesn't look like much, but he continues to be the guy that we start, you know, and there's a reason behind that. And it's that advanced skill set to he understands the field pre-snap. He understands the box counts. He understands where everything's shaded, and he knows where he needs to make cutbacks and how to set people up. But yeah, the Shakir, fun player, man. Fun player.
That was so much fun to break down some tape on a Wednesday.
That's what we want to do, because this isn't this isn't, you know, we talked to everybody knows who Jamison Williams is. Everybody knows who Drake London is. But you bring up a guy like Shakir and you watch on tape. This is what we do on our patron side, and we're going to do again this Sunday with Matt. But I mean, it's so refreshing to sit down
receivers.
It's so refreshing just to see. And I mean, even as a Chicago Bears team, I mean, we've been deprived of any talent there. I mean, you have some talented guys, but it fell apart. I see a guy come back to the ball, and here I am getting excited about that. Can you see NFL? And I'm like, oh my, holy shit, this guy comes back for the football. You know, it's like,
and runs hard.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
runs hard. We haven't seen that. That's why I asked Waldman, Mr. Matt Waldman, to bring a sleeper on tonight's show, because
you know, there's always good things come from guys named Matt. Phil, I think that's what we take away from this. Absolutely.
Except if there's a head coach of the Bears, then all bets are off. Don't hire a Matt to coach the team. No, hire a Matt.
Big plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
Oh, geez.
No, his name's Nagy. His name is not Matt.
Yeah,
Nags. No decent Matt wears a visor all the time. That's where we draw the line.
Shouldn't you have known, like, Nagy, like that last name in and of itself? It's like the ex-wife. It's Nagy.
You know what I look back at, and I never even realized it or didn't pay attention. When he came from Kansas City, he didn't bring one coach.
Right.
Not one from Kansas City with him.
That's an interesting point right there, man.
Yes.
But it's
telling.
That's got to be so fucking rare when you think about it. Not one guy came with him.
He technically is troll is going to say, well, he brought his buddy. What was his name? The Vikings had
the nutty Childress.
Childress. He brought Childress for a cup of coffee.
He was here twice and didn't do.
Yeah,
never stayed.
I know someone will troll and say that. That's all. I was protecting.
Let him troll.
Can we do a couple? Can we do a couple questions, Matt? Do you have time?
Absolutely. Hey, listen, man.
Are you there? We have our first ever game with the fans tonight.
Sweet. Can
you stick around? We're gonna let the fans do a mock draft live.
Okay.
The four of us are gonna I'm going to read a trivia question from TTNL. Shayne's going to read one. Claudio and Jackal are going to do some shit. Cherie's always doing it. And they're going to find out who has the answer first in the chat correctly. That person in the chat that gets it correctly, as Shayne puts up the draft machine by the Draft Network, they are able to select for the Chicago Bears 39th. Then we go to the next question, and so on, and finish the draft. We'll come up with the first ever trivia fan draft here. Waldman will be here, but let me get a couple questions to you from the fans, because a lot of people at 39, Matt, if you had to guess, Bullets wants to know, do we keep it, trade back, trade up, or trade back, or who's your pick?
I'd keep it and go after a receiver. I just think that you've got to get Justin Fields a weapon, and you want him to be confident that you're doing that. Now, I've been a big Byron Pringle fan for a long time as an under the radar guy, so I think he'll be helpful. But yeah, you need somebody who can tie that receiving room together, and first round pick's going to give you that.
What about Alec Pierce going to the Bears at 39? Can you see it?
I could, in the sense that he can be your classic outside guy and be more of a contested catch guy, where Darnell can be more your speed guy, and you allow Pringle to do the dirty work over the middle, and Brown can go back to Green Bay. No, I mean, hopefully Brown will be okay, but you get where I'm coming from with all of that. So yeah.
All right. What about this? Danny Gray. This guy is a bullet. Can you talk about Danny Gray?
Yes, Danny Gray is a bullet. And what I would tell you about him is that there's some nice work from Gray in terms of tracking the football. He certainly has the speed you're looking for, but also, the eyes kind of tell the story with him. And one of the things that he has work to do is that as a zone coverage player, he gives his eyes away too early and winds up hanging his quarterback out to dry at sometimes. There were some game-sealing interceptions where he didn't really understand the basic tenets of route running in that situation, where he had significant responsibility for the interception because he showed his eyes when he wasn't open and the quarterback threw the ball and it wound up getting picked off. But in terms of tracking the ball, the athletic ability you're looking for, it's there. He's just more of a developmental guy.
Is there one super sleeper guy at receiver that you like?
Super
I think that was
sleeper
Craig
guy.
Craig, who's your sleeper? Nobody knows. Sorry. Who is your super sleeper?
Well, we were gonna do him tonight, and I don't know if I'd necessarily call him a super sleeper.
Okay,
I've got two, I'll say, but one we were gonna do was Khalil Pimpleton out of Central Michigan. He's a fantastic return specialist who makes some difficult catches, but I wonder if he's big enough to ride the ride. But another guy who no one's talking about, who I would say maybe he could give you that Byron Pringle, like he didn't come from, he just work his way into a role over 3 or 4 years and become a good second contract guy as a contributor. Kwame Lassiter II.
Wow.
Kwame Lassiter out of Kansas. Yeah, the son. The son of Kwame Lassiter. He is a sneaky good route runner, quick. He I think if Troy Edwards played in today's NFL, he might be a pretty good player.
That's a name.
And I think that Kwame Lassiter has that sneaky quickness. He ran a 4.52 40, but a 4.23 20 shuttle. I think that's not too bad. He plays with high effort. He's very good at catching the ball, and he has a nice release game. His pads can get a little high out of his releases, but the footwork and handwork is there. I saw him torch some Texas defenders in a way that was pretty nice. So he's, him and those guys probably fit for me. And then one that I would say, Dalen Baldwin out of Michigan. Let's put it to you this way. He started at Morgan State. Or Towson, I think. He started at Towson. Went to
played against Towson.
See, there you go. And my sister-in-law used to live around the corner from Towson. So, Towson, Morgan State, and then Michigan. So if you've worked your way up that ladder, and you're 6'2", 218, and you've worked your way up that ladder, then that tells me you have some skill for making good decisions, to be able to get from that end of football to the head end of football and be able to play that level. And while he only ran a 4.65 40 and his 20 shuttle wasn't unbelievable and he looked kind of slow, when you have a 34.5-inch vertical, that's not bad. And you have to consider that for most of his career, he played it was Morgan State and Jacksonville State. That's where he was. So the fact that he went through those programs, they don't have a ton of funding for, nutrition and development and conditioning programs. So if the NFL says, you know what, we think he's going to get quicker, faster, more explosive. I liked his hands. I like how he played. There's a little bit of Keenan McCardell in terms of his toughness at the catch point.
He's on the Bears practice squad. We let him go.
Cleveland too. So there you go. The modern day version of that player is kind of like Brandon Smith, the former Iowa player who stuck to the Cowboys roster on special teams.
Yeah.
And I think could sneak his way to being that kind of guy that you use in 4 receiver sets who's reliable.
Look at you. Matt Waldman. Killing it. Love. We broke down tape. We broke down life. Cars almost had a mental breakdown, but he's back. Everything's going smoothly. So
almost.
Are you guys ready though for the first ever trivia? TTNL trivia mock draft. Here we go. This sets the tone.
Yeah, you look at the tape. So as a coach, your resume is the tape.
There is no reason why the best player on your offense leaves the field until he says, I need a break.
That's just the way it is. You want to know how I coach football?
Give me some fucking names. Give this kid 2 fucking games. Give me some fucking names.
There was a longer ending of blankness. I have to fix that. Things like that bother me.
Slipping.
Shit, slipping. I'm sorry, Jackal. I'll do more shit and fix that. Listen. All right, this is how it's going to go down. You have to be paying attention. Shayne and I are going to snake through questions back and forth. We've written a bunch. Even Jackal has some backup questions that he waited to the very last minute to write and send me. So we will use those too in case these are too hard, but they are TTNL related. Okay. So I'm going to do the first, or do you want to do the first?
Go ahead, man.
For the 39th selection, Cherie, Jackal, and Claudio, you're paying attention, right? Thank you. Here we go. Who was the first ever TTNL guest? First person in the chat gets this answer. You will then be on the clock to pick for the Chicago Bears right there. First person to answer.
I'll be bullets trying to draft Quiddy Pay all over again.
There's no answer to this question. This is why we wrote a bunch of questions. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Quiddy Pay's brother is Kofi. Nope.
Boy,
we got one guess. David Kaplan. I think he's Alex Sims.
Well, there he goes.
Thank you. Who put that up? Claudio, Cherie, or Jackal? Alex Sims.
Yes.
All right,
Adam Rank. It was the first ever guest on TTNL.
I'll run this through on my end.
Here we go.
39.
Shayne is running through. Alex, you're going to pick for the Chicago Bears. Again, this is our first time doing some games with you guys. I'm going to put on some music. Cars, myself, and the draft guru, Mr. Matt Waldman here live, are going to grade. Who would we pick here? Let's let them look. Here we are. We're right at the 39th pick.
Yeah. Don't get mad at these These are Draft Network's rankings, which I'm not in agreement with, but whatever. That's just for the sanctity of this game. We're gonna roll with that.
Sorry, Creighton Wilfong was first, actually.
Was Creighton Wilfong first?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was right under the Kaplan.
Okay, so someone put
Creighton. Who is your pick at 39?
Creighton, then. Creighton. Cherie and Claudio. Creighton, put your pick in there. Can we zoom in on this or no?
No.
Go for the punter. Creighton draft.
All right, so who's available at receiver? Obviously, everyone's thinking
Treylon Burks.
Treylon Burks is there.
Don't do it.
You know I'd be sprinting
Don't
to
do
the
it.
podium for Treylon Burks. That would be my pick. Mr. Waldman. You see Christian Watson's there. George Pickens, David Bell, Michi, Jalen Tolbert, Carr's boy is there. Wandale. Look at Khalil Shakir is there.
He made his pick.
Yep.
So Matt Waldman. He's taking Christian Watson at number 39. Can you tell this guy if you think he's an asshole or not?
No, I think that's an awesome pick. I love Christian Watson. I think that this is, Watson's the type of player who can fill in his body a little bit more, maybe be around 220, 225 by the end of the day by 2024. He has a strong catch radius. He's very skilled at being able to catch, run after the catch. He's a patient runner, has some return ability, and a player who just has to get a little bit better with his releases and routes. But the fundamentals, the foundation for good route running is there. And he played in a West Coast offense at North Dakota State, a pro-style offense already. So, yeah, Christian Watson, I love that pick.
I picked Watson in this past weekend's mock draft on the patron side.
We ran
over George Pickens.
Oh, yeah.
And George Bayless was upset with me. I go, George.
When isn't he upset with you?
Watson. But right now, we got our next guy on the board, Shayne. You have a trivia question.
I do, but I don't have much
stepping in, giving a great analysis.
I don't have much confidence in our list. Hopefully, they step up here because this
oh my god, I couldn't believe. I thought that was a layup. I made that the easiest question.
Yeah,
go ahead, Shayne. What do you got?
Let me get back to these.
Actually, for a quick second, Matt, isn't it you usually rank like big rookie years, right? So you talk about like the best rookie seasons from a wide out. I don't see anybody this year, maybe Williams if he's healthy, really going out and showing up on that list this year. Because all of these guys kind of don't have that one dominant trait. Would that be a fair assessment at this point?
I think from the standpoint of if you're talking about in a vacuum, yes. But I think that I think Chris Olave is a type of player who, wherever you put him, he's going to produce well for you. It may not be a Justin Jefferson rookie year, but I think he can be as good or better than what Devonta Smith did, which was a 900-yard season, and probably more consistent at it too, as that third option in an offense, maybe even the second option. So I think for the top players on this board who can start right away, I think there's one or two guys in this class who can give you between probably 900 to 1,200 yards, which is pretty darn nice.
There's no trades. It's just straight up.
It's like literally the first question for everybody.
Draft. We're not trading. We will get to trades later as we approach the draft. But tonight, for fun and the trivia mock draft, we're doing it like this. Let me ask you real quick before Shayne asks. It's in the chat. I would have taken Burks over Watson.
Well, he's still available at 48.
I know. And Treylon Burks.
So is Dean.
Nakobe Dean and Burks are there. Real quick, Matt. Burks or Watson? You like the Watson pick over Burks?
I do.
Okay.
But it's about fit. What do you if you want to express Burks' traits to its highest degree, and that's what your offense is going to be about, then Burks is going to be a logical pick. But if you're looking for a more traditional receiver who I think can give you at least a little bit more finesse at the line of scrimmage against press early on, and who can give you more traits expressed with the deep speed, then I want Watson.
I love it. We're getting all the breakdowns tonight. We're doing something different, and this is a lot of fun. We got the music. Cherie's jealous. She's
This
getting
next
ready for her
question's
read.
tough. I don't even know if they'll get it.
Okay, let's see. Pay attention.
I just made some tape of me playing with some James Brown earlier today. I gotta
Nice.
say.
Oh, there you go. You'll have to send it up on the show.
I've got it. I don't know if I can share it on
maybe
the screen.
will it get us a glitch on YouTube? They'll shut us down or something.
It might, even though there's a guy on YouTube. I was playing along with a YouTube thing, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Old Slade 5000 here, I think, has got himself a channel here of all the R&B classics that I.
Nice.
So I don't know.
Well, we'll have to bring it on.
Yeah, we'll have to play it.
Shayne, what do you got?
Right. So this is a tough one, just so you know. But this
for the 48th pick.
Yeah.
Answer this question.
What TTNL network hater has the same name as a Disney character?
It stumped me and Claudio, to be perfectly transparent.
And should I give him a hint? I called his mother a cunt live on air.
That's a narrow it down.
That could be about 5 different people.
Yeah, that could narrow it down a whole lot. Is there some dude named Gaston?
They're not all Disney characters.
Pluto?
Greg Braggs is not a Disney fan.
Bullets.
Somebody got it first. Who got it?
I think Bullets is the first on my.
Sheree and Jack will do it. That's their one job.
That is
Who
Bullets.
is it?
Yep. Bullets got it.
Jack will get so offended. For the game.
Hey!
For the game, it's your one job. He's taking
Greg
all
Braggs.
offense.
That's what I was saying.
All right, Bullets. Look at your
Bullets.
screen and
There's
what
Quiddy
position are you
Pay's
looking
off
at,
the
and who do you want, real quick?
Real quick, Bullets. Let's see if Matt Waldman likes this pick. You can say, "Can you show me?" But put it in the chat real quick. Say, "Can you show me the receivers? Can you show me the guards?" Bullets is wanting Tyler Smith. He wants Tyler Smith.
He's not even available.
Is he off the board?
He's not available.
Yeah, he's been drafted right there by the Ravens.
All right.
Up.
Yeah,
Go
right
back
there.
up. There he is. He went 45.
Way to pay attention, Bullets.
Pay attention, Bullets.
It's my fault. I'm wearing my Ravens hat today.
Yeah.
Right now,
Listen.
Who's your number 2, Bullets?
Bullets.
Who does
Now
number
he's
2
giving
work
Dan. We
for?
don't need damn it. He didn't sign yet.
That was his job today.
That guy.
Oh man,
I hate that guy.
You're running out of
He
time,
didn't
Bullets.
sign today. Bullets is on the clock. He's got 12 seconds to make his choice.
Oh God.
I will always take a
He's
good
going
Lacetus
still.
joke.
Damn it.
Lapidus? He's going with
I will
Lapidus.
I will take that joke for the next 6 months. Matt, there was a show where Phil could not get Lacetus's name correct whatsoever. Like, no matter how many times we corrected it, he kept calling him Lapidus. It was pretty brutal. So it is a joke that will always keep playing.
So Bullets completely blows up the board again. the way that
Oh,
it
he
broke
goes
down.
offensive tackle from Ohio State. Mr. Nicholas Petit-Frere. How do we say this French? He must be Haitian, right?
Hey, that's a good guess.
TTNL Network Jackal is giving you a F for a grade. I believe that was him. Yes, he doesn't want
You know,
to
the
say
thing I always love about Bullets is he's always
Bullets shakes up the draft.
Always. Every time. I love it.
Ivan does not like that pick. Waldman, what do you think of the pick of an offensive tackle? Ohio State protecting Justin Fields.
Hey, listen, I see the logic in it. I haven't watched the guy because I've been kind of occupied, but I would say that if he looks good enough on tape that you feel comfortable with him in that range, it's helpful to be able to continue to build the foundation for your offense.
Here's Waldman's comprehensive breakdown on your pick, Bullets, right here.
Fuck yourself.
All right, you got your question. It's going to be a 6-hour.
Holy cow! Look, Bullets could have had a linebacker. He could have had
Bullets.
My boy at receiver. He could have doubled up. Instead, Treylon Burks goes
to Green Bay.
Aaron Rodgers. Thanks, Bullets. N'Kobe Dean goes to the Eagles.
Great.
Anyway, no, listen. This is your draft. Here's your next question. Your TTNL question. What did we find out live would have been Carr's first name? What did we find out live that would have been Carr's first name?
It's true.
Question number 3. Let's see if anyone could get this.
I mean, it shows in my intro. You would think that.
I know this should be pretty easy. There is
Benjamin Ricketts.
Benjamin Ricketts as Hans. Yes, Hans was the right answer. Good job, Ben. You are on the clock.
Shayne's answer also acceptable.
Absolutely. I didn't win.
That's
asshole Carson.
You know what the ironic part is? That's still the way my wife refers to me. So asshole Carstensen is always a fan favorite.
Must have been at the top of your fucking class.
Cars came out and his mom said, yeah, he looks like an asshole. Asshole Carson.
You are on the board, Mr.
True.
Ricketts. What do we have, Shayne, on the board here? The Bears have taken an offensive tackle.
Yep.
They've also taken a wide receiver who Waldman really liked. Now you're in round 3. Who are you looking at? Interior offensive lineman.
Ingram and Stranger there.
I love Ed Ingram there. I don't want to sway anybody here.
No.
Do we take another receiver? Does a guy like Shakir entice you there to play that slot receiver? Those Cars' boy, Hans's boy, Jalen Tolbert's there.
Likely.
What about
still there?
Tight end? A big tight end. The kid from UCLA is off the board. I like that kid. Where is he? Corner. Mario Goodrich from Clemson. What does he got? Show the wide receiver, Shayne. He's doubling up. I think he's going
Bell, Mechie, Tolbert, Robinson,
Waldman.
Shakir.
You're in 3rd round here.
Alec Pierce is still hanging around out there.
Alec Pierce is still out there, Waldman. You look at this receiver roster here. That's still Shakir's there. Pierce is there. Jalen Tolbert, Cars' guy. Hans. Mechie and David Bell.
Is Mechie anybody's guy in this?
Claudio's a big Mechie fan.
Yeah.
I love David Bell, but I'm not but only from the standpoint of he's like the Devin Singletary of wide receivers right now, in that sense that he's slow, but he's a great football player. Can he be the exception? I think you can wait. I think you can wait on Tolbert. I think you can wait on all those guys, but Pierce, I wouldn't want to wait on.
Calvin,
I'm a big Calvin Austin fan too. He has a little bit of something to unlock there, but if you can get Pierce, I'd feel pretty good about that right here.
That's who he took.
That
Benjamin Ricketts.
is the selection. Look at you, Ben Ricketts, step for step with our guy from the rookie scouting portfolio joining us. First ever fan mock with TTNL trivia.
We got a little bit of a wait now because the Bears trade away all their picks.
Traded away a lot of picks. Ryan Pace was looking at upside. He loves get off.
The good news is there's a good chance now with all his signings that we'll have the second comp pick ever because of Ryan Pace.
Yeah.
Now, only one while he was GM, and he's going to earn us his second one now. So it'll be nice.
We're trying to trade up. That's why you hear that phone ring if you're listening. It is an attempted trade. Who is going to... Shayne, you have your question ready?
I do.
As we come up right on the pick.
Right.
Oh, there's that punter.
48.
Who is Cars and Cherie's least favorite person in the world?
Oh,
Can I give the answer so I can pick a punter?
no,
Darn it.
no.
Who is
answer.
Cars and Cherie's least favorite person in the world?
And please know that it's by
Cherie-
a country
Cherie,
mile.
you want in on this, Cherie? Oh, there it is.
Alex Sims got it.
Alex Sims.
And it's not even close, Shuri. Like, there's
Alex
no one else on
Sims.
the radar.
Well, I mean,
Where's that drop when you need it? There it is.
All right, nobody likes brags.
Poor Greg.
No.
Alex Sims was determined to get a pick.
He wanted that pick back. He fought for it. Alec, we're here. What are we looking at, Alec?
position you
Let us
want?
know. What position? Guys, we're fighting for that. There's a lot of people knew. Angel Bernard knew it was Greg Braggs. George Holcraft knew. What is he looking for? Are we looking at interior O-line, please? He's reading my mind. Me too. What do we got here?
Your boy Lafetus is there.
My boy's there? Oh my God. Lafetus, sign me up. Cam
Now-
Jurgens is there. Chris Paul.
Now, Matt, the one thing you have to understand is he's saying this with his teammate, Brock Hoffman, on the show. He is getting the name wrong in front of the guy who's played next to
Like
him.
12 times. I'm like, are you going to get this dude's name right? He's like, what?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Richard
Lafetus.
Gore. Best available as a punter?
Yes.
I do have a problem with the Draft Network's ranking there.
Hey, it could be worse. You could be a congressman explaining to someone who's related to Martin Luther King what Martin Luther King was actually about. You know, you're a long way from that. So we're
Do
good.
your research, Bernice. Come on,
Now
what are
he
you
would
doing?
like to see the corners, Shayne. He wants to
the
see
corner?
Yes.
Yeah, there's
He's doing his research.
Monteric Brown.
Josh Thompson out of Texas. What are your thoughts on Isaac Taylor-Stewart out of USC? I'm going interior offensive line.
Yeah, it's a pretty barren place right now.
There's a lot of names in there. Kalon Barnes, I'm looking maybe 6th round, like chance at kick returner with that speed. Who does he want here? Damone Clark. He wants Shayne. Damone Clark. Where is Damone Clark? The corner?
What?
Good drop. Was that Claudio?
Look up tight ends for a second. I just want to see who's still on the board. Just for
Yes, I love when Waldman.
Wiedermeyer.
What's your thoughts on Wiedermeyer? You want him?
You know, he's smooth. I think he reminds me of Deion Sims.
We're out.
I don't know how you guys view. Yeah, that's kind of where I see with him.
Deion Sims. We know all about that.
But listen, Cole Turner and Charlie Kolar are still there.
Yes.
And when you look at those two guys, I like Turner as a receiver. He was the go-to guy in that offense in certain down and distance situations, that when people say Romeo Doubs, who's a good player, still Turner was very good in that respect. And Kolar is kind of a Mark Andrews type. So if you want to run the ball and you want to have a little dash of what Lamar Jackson brings to Baltimore, and that offense brings with a tough running game, and then you throw that ball over the top of the linebackers, Kolar could be a nice little option for them, especially if you keep Kemet in there to block and allow Kolar to be that wing back, so that if you want to go a little bit more heavy with your formations, Kolar could be that guy and maybe grow into an all-around tight end.
So Alex Sims has been waiting all night to make a pick, and he's picking Damone Clark, who's having spinal fusion surgery this weekend and is out for 2022.
That's why I forgot about Damone Clark.
Are all these guys in disguise of Pace right now?
Pace,
Like,
yes.
is
Yeah,
that was
that could be it.
So
Okay.
Phil, who's
Here, my question. What was the name of the former fantasy show that our guy, Christopher Jackal, was a co-host of? What was the name of the fantasy show that Chris Jackal was co-host for? Can anybody remember it?
Yes.
It wasn't Damn You, Steven. I think we got a winner there. Zach Suleiman. You got it. The One Up Fantasy Show. One Up Fantasy. One year and done, they call it now.
Was it Octomon's last name like Suleiman?
Yes.
Yes. One Up Fantasy has been retired, but we will have a new fantasy show
Zach,
next year.
What position you looking at, Zach?
Zach, real quick.
There is a running back that is addicted to crystal meth and just killed a litter of puppies. If you want to draft him, so we can continue this great drafting by our fans.
Sounds like guys I drafted in fantasy leagues back way back in the day.
He wants interior offensive line. I'm going Juergens here myself.
Oh, Lasitas for me.
Lasitas is there.
Lasitas or Lasitas. Any one of those two. If Brock was here, it would be Lasitas. But tonight, Lasitas Smith would be easy my pick here.
Who's going to be Zach?
From Rasitas?
Yeah.
Bad joke, I know. Awful joke.
I love the joke. Leo Chanel is a good pick to replace the fusion surgery linebacker.
Zach's going Juergens.
Always trusting in Shayne right there. Or you could have taken the big tight end.
Are you a Juergens fan, Phil? I don't mind.
I do like Juergens. I like Lasitas better. Me and my father are going to look at both of those players. Cam Juergens and Lasitas. It's Shayne's question. What number is this now, Jackal and Cherie? What pick? Is this the final pick?
Yeah, we have one more. Thank God.
We got this is it. First ever fan mock trivia draft. And I think it's a lot of fun, to be honest. Here we go. Shayne's question, your final question.
Yes. Who is Claudio's favorite Chicago Bear of all time?
There we go. And here we are on the final pick. Kevin Butler is a question. No. That wouldn't be his favorite.
We can play some Claudio music while we wait. Right?
Let's get the auction underway. On the first count here, who's got 55? 55, 59.
Kid loves a good auction.
I never said this guy was my favorite, but
what?
Not favorite player ever.
Shut up, Claude. Jesus, just ruin it for us.
Jesus. I thought it was
I sent you an email, Phil, in case you want to see it.
Yes.
Okay.
But
all right,
who said Rex first? Let's see it.
Yeah, who said Rex first?
Who said Rex?
Are y'all not paying attention to the screen?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, this is live.
Rick Hamby.
Rick Hamby.
You got it.
All right, Rick. What position are you interested in?
What position, Rick?
Justyn Ross is still out there.
Who?
Justyn Ross.
Look at that. Waldman's boy.
And you know
there's the table I can jump on. I don't need to I'm not pounding the table. I'm jumping on the
jumping on the table for
the best part about it is I mean, you have value there at this point, and the Bears could use 3 more wide receivers, as bad as that sounds. I mean, they really could.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a stretch.
No, it isn't a stretch. So
he wants to see CBs.
He wants to see QBs?
CBs.
Oh,
cornerbacks.
Yeah, there you go.
He's going with the corner. He's looking at corners. There's Kalen Barnes, the speedster. Fastest guy in the draft. Does that matter? No. Cars, you liking any of these corners here?
No, I don't. I'm not a big fan of the corner draft after we get through early.
Yeah, I'm
I
with
don't
you
see
here.
it.
I'm looking at undrafteds right there. Waldman's jumping on the table, not pounding. He's jumping for Justyn Ross there. I like what Will Mookie Hill's saying. Get all wide receiver. One's gonna hit.
Take Ross. Take Ross.
What do we have? Do we have any other interior offensive linemen left?
Your Waldman's tight end is still there, Kohler.
Charlie Kohler out of Iowa State.
Yeah.
Shayne, your boy's there, right?
Rick
Bellinger?
takes Taylor-Stewart.
Who are these other tight ends? Let's look real quick. Let's see.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
Nick Muse.
Muse is a good blocker and a serviceable guy, but nobody there. Maybe Calcaterra, if you can get over the head injuries that he's had over a good bit of time, and it caused him to retire and go be a volunteer fireman for a while. But he has the ability to win above the rim, but Kolar's the better player.
Did he make it? Oh, he took.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going corner. Okay.
He's going corner, despite Carr's insistence. He likes Isaac Taylor-Stewart.
You wanted that 7th cornerback over a wide receiver that's going to play for us. It's all right.
Hey,
it's all right.
That was Rick Hamby's selection?
Yep.
Rick Hamby. I love Rick Hamby. Shout out to you, Rick. I would have taken the receiver too and go with the Will Mookie Hill theory. One of these motherfuckers better. And that's it, right? Those are all our picks?
That is it, yeah.
All right. That is it for the pick. We're going to let it run down.
Matt, what do you give the fans?
Wait, we got to look at the board.
Okay.
Bullets through the bone.
Carr's punter just went off the board at 251.
There we go.
So
here's our picks here.
Christian Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State. Nicholas Petit-Frere, Ohio State offensive tackle. Alec Pierce, wide receiver, Cincinnati, comes in at number 71. Damone Clark from Spinal Fusion University. Cam Jurgens, the offensive guard from Nebraska. And Isaac Taylor-Stewart from USC.
SFU is not known for sending its products to the pros, so Spinal Fusion finally breaks through with its first ever.
Yeah. This show is all about interactive and having fun, breaking down tape, truths, having a laugh.
Spinal Fusion surgery. Just rub some dirt on it. You'll be fucking fine.
Rub some dirt on it.
That was his job today.
Is that like an Asian fusion restaurant?
That was his job today.
What?
That he's got the crazy eye. You ever
Crazy
seen the crazy eye? This is the guy that comes in the restaurant asking for pepper.
That was his job today.
We are officially off the rails here.
Anyway, give us the grade
Seems right.
for the fans. Put that in the YouTube channel. Smash the like button. Smash the like button. I don't know what you're waiting on. We didn't do the read, Shayne. Do we have to do the read?
Yeah, well, we don't. I mean,
we did.
We could do a short.
Waldman's been great with his time.
Well, I gotta play Waldman's.
Yeah, we'll play that, and then we'll do it after. Yeah.
Okay, we gotta play. Make the
because you asked me, so I told you I would play a little bit for you.
Cherie feels like she can't perform if Waldman's here when she does her Manscaped read. She said it's way too much pressure.
This is Matt jamming, right?
Yeah, I'm playing a little bit with a little bit of James Brown here.
Nice.
All right, can you control it on your end? I'm sharing your screen.
Oh, you can't. Oh, okay, that is me.
I tried to upload it,
and it didn't work.
But
let's see if you
Shayne
can hear the
that.
volume. Can you hear the volume here?
No.
Can't hear it at all?
No.
You know what you got to when you share?
Oh, when you share it in the lower left-hand corner, it'll say share audio.
Okay, let me look if I can do that.
You'll have to remove it and then probably
stop sharing.
There you
then
go.
Share video file or share screen.
And audio. Is it clicked?
In the lower left-hand corner when that window opens up.
I see slides, video file, and share screen. Which one do I
Share
click?
screen.
Share
'cause that's
screen.
tab.
Okay.
Then go
okay.
to Chrome tab or window.
Look for share audio checkbox in the next window.
Exactly.
Okay. Follow these
And then
next
select
steps.
it.
You must have been at the top of your fucking class.
Yeah, right. Share audio. There we go.
All
There
right,
we
where
go.
is it? Someone
There it
canceled. There it is. Here we go.
All right, let's give it a
Now,
shot.
when you play it,
right.
everybody's going to hear it, I believe. Here we go.
Can you hear it?
This is you jamming.
Hey, he's right down there in the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, I see him. Can you turn up your main volume? Maybe it'll up the volume here. On your computer, maybe.
I'll try it. Yeah, I'm not finding where. Let's see.
Hold on.
I've got it all the way up.
I could play it off my phone to the mic to give the listener. Let's remove this because it's not loud enough.
Bring on the juice. Bring on the juice.
This is what Apple does.
This is Waldman singing, not playing the sax, by the way. Everybody.
That's right. There you go.
Nice little parts.
That's awesome.
Damn. Yeah, this is doing it a hell of a lot more justice. This is your guy, Draft Dr. Phil, at the top of the hour here with Matt Waldman's smooth, silky sax. Oh, yeah, the TTNL Manscaped read, sponsored by Manscaped.
You're not so
Are you ready for your read? Over the Waldman.
I'm shaving nuts.
I'm feeling this. This is why me and Cool Kennedy have to get you on a original track.
Yeah.
Just send the track.
Way back in the day, I played some gigs, but it's been about 30 years. I just picked it back up about a couple years ago. So I've been playing.
Well done, man.
Super
Great.
impressive.
Look at we got everything tonight. We have laughs. We got original music. We got sax. Not sex, Sheree.
Sax.
Sax. Not sax on the field, but sax here. We didn't even take an edge rusher, Cars. We did not take an edge rusher in our fan mock draft. What did you think of the fan mock draft, Matt Waldman?
It looks like a lot of fun, and I like the receivers because those are the only guys I know shit about. So, so I'm not going to bullshit anybody about my knowledge about anything else because I've been studying almost 170 different skill players. So I like the receiver picks. I thought they were good, and if I was going to go overkill, yeah, I would have been upset that Justyn Ross, also a neck fusion guy, didn't get his opportunity.
What the hell?
What a perfect.
That's okay.
What a perfect pairing.
Fuse them together.
Spinal fusion and neck fusion.
Yep.
Spinal and neck fusion. It sounds like
Chicago meet. Can you imagine the article from
band.
David Haw talking about those two draft picks? If Ryan Poles did that.
Oh boy. Yeah.
But, hey, they can play.
That's true.
That was original saxophone playing by Matt Waldman, fan Brian Sandham. Outstanding, Matt Waldman.
Always
thank you.
Outstanding. You're
Well,
the best.
you guys asked, so I figured I'd do a little playing for you guys, so that would be fun.
Love it.
Well, I love you.
Hey,
How
before
do
we
I
let you
keep
go,
you?
what are what's going on in Matt Waldman's world on draft night and draft weekend?
Well,
Are you going to jump back on real quick with us?
I'm sure we can figure something out
Yes.
to do that. I do a day one show with the football guys, so that's a tradition. That
Our
I'll
guys over there.
continue.
Say hello to those guys over there.
Absolutely.
I absolutely will, and then I'll be getting ready for the post draft. So I'll be, pretty much just, getting my ducks in a row to get that thing written within a week, and go from there. I do have a small request I'd like to make, if it's okay. And that's,
Are you kidding me?
I want.
If you want Jackal and Claudio to leave.
All right, yeah,
just
we can.
I love you guys.
Is that
No,
the way
but
that works?
This is something that I normally wouldn't do, but somebody contacted me back in February who's a fantasy football fan and a subscriber to the RSP, who's a 75-year-old football fan out in California who worked in the hospital system for about 25 years. He and his wife retired with a little nest egg and rented a house in Sierra Nevada, and he ended up being victim to a home invasion about 3 years ago. The guy shot up the place, cracked his skull in 4 different places. His wife has been sick, and he's had a downward spiral since, because when you're 75 and now you have kidney disease and you can't work, and the landlord says, I'm selling this place because there are all these bullet holes. And while the assailant got 22 years in prison for this crime, he's been homeless. He and his wife been living out of cars. They've been living in, and so he had a GoFundMe. And I've been making it a point on the shows that I've been on to just say, listen, forget the RSP for a minute. If you want to help somebody out immediately, John Hodgins is his name. I have the screen up here to it. And I'll give you a link for it as well. But I have the screen up to the GoFundMe. We've raised about half of his $7,500 goal thus far. And it's legit. I've seen some of the, attorney statements and things like that. And somebody's helped him trying to find work. But if you've ever been, living close to the edge financially, not even remotely where John is, that one thing can go wrong and then it's a spiral. And this is a guy who tried to help his family out. His daughter is an adult who's been homeless due to mental illness. So all this stuff's tough, but he's had a great outlook. He's been trying to move back to where she is so that he and his wife and his daughter can live together. They can have money to start up to where they can get a place where they all are at, and then, have a base from there. And I met someone who is, has enough business connections in the movie business, who says that they can find maybe a job for him to be a gopher on a set that isn't too stressful and strenuous for him, while he's dealing with kidney disease and trying to deal with all this other stuff. And I'm sure the stress doesn't help what he's got going on here, but he's had a great outlook. And even if you just share this GoFundMe, and you can't donate, and if you just share it, even if anybody who's listening and you share it on your social media, it can help, because you never know. Like the guy who was an RSP customer who said, I can find him some work, and they've been in touch now to try and find him some work. That can be just as helpful as even if you donated a little bit of money his way. So I've donated, a lot of people have donated thus far, and if you can help them out, I don't normally do this. It's the first time in 20 years I've like done help with a GoFundMe, but it's a legit thing. And if we can, and I think of my dad who's 75 years old, and think about what that would be like if he hadn't had the career that he had. And I've been in a situation where things go down, you deal with a crisis and then it's a constant thing, so if you can help out John, I know he would be extremely grateful. He's very excited about every opportunity that comes. So,
well, send us that link.
I will.
So Jackal could put it into the description of the show, and then we can scroll it on the bottom, probably.
You're echoing, Phil.
All of us are. I don't know why.
Well, I'll send it. So it's sent to you, and I appreciate it. I know that John really does.
Yes, we will take care of this situation. It's terrible.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Matt Waldman, thank you so much for coming on here and breaking down tape. We broke down right there Khalil Shakir live. The man from the rookie scouting portfolio, Matt Waldman. We broke down a draft, receivers, sleepers, and Waldman's going to join us again this Sunday on our patron side, the tapeneverlies.com. I will also share that GoFundMe again this Sunday. And I'll put it up at the end of the show because I can't do two things at once.
That's one thing better than me. So there you go.
Exactly. Actually, I think I can copy it, and because it's on my computer, and I'll put it on the bottom scroll here. Nope, it didn't get to me yet. It didn't get to me. It's the link.
It's in our chat.
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it in the chat?
Yep.
Could Cherie or
But they've got it
on
like
the
a banner.
Thank you. Make a banner, scroll it down, and listen. TTNL's family. We joke about this, and we have a lot of fun on the show, and we make it fun every Wednesday. There's no script. I didn't know what. There it is at the bottom. I didn't know that Matt was going to bring his saxophone skills, his tape breakdown skills, as well as his humanitarian skills. I should have known that because that's the kind of guy he is. And Shayne and I have spoken privately about how amazing you are, Matt, to us here at the network and to everything we try to do for our fans and everything. I know how much you appreciate us.
Well, like attracts like, and I love what I see on this show, and I felt at home the minute that I got a chance to do this with you guys because it's a laid back, fun attitude, but at the same time, you guys do it's out of love. The things that you guys do is truly out of love, and that's a great quality to have. So it's always an honor to get a chance to do this show, and I hope we'll get to do them more often. I know that things get in the way sometimes, but when I get to one gig, we'll definitely do a Wednesday night sleepers. That'll be a fun thing to do.
God. I owe one of these fans for coming up with that nice name for that show. I love it. Wednesday night sleepers with Matt Waldman on the overnight smooths. Anyway, Matt, thank you so much. Say hello to the family. I love you, bro. Seriously,
love you too,
from
guys.
the bottom of my heart.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks for all your time tonight.
You too, guys. All right.
Thanks, Matt. Take care.
Matt Waldman. I didn't want to keep him any longer for Cherie's read and whispers, but Matt is just an amazing human being. And keep that scroll going up there, if you will. I just want to reiterate, if you
It's
can.
hard to, we'll put it. Jack will put it in the. Nobody's going to pick it up from the scroll.
No one will pick it up from the scroll.
There's too many different letters.
Okay. So what we'll do, we'll put it in the YouTube description of the show.
Yeah.
The link will be there. But I'm telling you right now, not everybody can do something, but everybody, and I always say this, everybody can share it. Doesn't take much to do that. So share it, because you never know who you know that might have the ability to do something for this tragedy, if you will. So this is what TTNL is all about. I don't know how anybody couldn't want to be a part of this network and the teamwork and all of the energy that we put into the shows and effort. Matt Waldman is that guy. Anytime he wants to come on this show. That being said, there's one source.
Oh, yeah. The pick is in. You can shave me anytime. All night long.
She's muted.
No.
But her hair is looking fierce. Look at that.
Don't tell her to smile.
Bullets.
Yes, please don't. That's an insult.
Yeah.
People are dumb.
Oh my God.
All
Don't
right.
tell her to do anything. Just allow Cherie to be Cherie. Jackal, what were you trying to say here?
Don't get me involved, man. My name is Paul. That's between y'all, man. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I thought Jackal hat. I thought that was a hat behind him there. No, it was just fake books.
Fake books.
Cherie, do you like being solo here?
No,
No.
Okay, we'll bring you back.
not ever. No. Yeah, there we go. I mean, keep Claudio.
Manscaped, the sponsor
All right,
to
bye.
the show.
Kick Claude out.
Cherie. Go ahead,
Cherie,
Cherie.
you're lethal.
All right, fellas.
Yeah.
Have you started spring cleaning yet? The
I'm
carpets
on.
need cleaning,
Oh,
the drapes need dusting, and your lawn needs mowing. Spring has sprung, and the global leaders in below the waist grooming have the best tools for cleaning aisle 5 in your pants. Time to clear out your winter bush and join the other 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports.
There it is.
So, for any of y'all, I mean, personally, I don't use Manscaped, but
I
any of y'all have any
Laser.
stories about Manscaped helping your confidence?
Oh, Phil and I, they have everything that they do. Manscaped is awesome. The body wash, the shampoo. Phil, did you get the moisturizing spray?
I got the moisturizing spray, the body spray. I got
Lip
the
balm.
lip balm. I got the lip balm.
Yeah.
I was actually putting it on Devin because
How'd you
he
put
has
that on,
chapped
Phil?
lips.
Oh, okay.
How did I put it on?
Did you
Just
change
like this.
dick, or did you know?
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Okay,
Shots
that weird.
fired.
Jackal just took it
You
to
actually
another level.
laughed at this guy's joke.
Hey, it's
Charles?
it's an old school joke, Phil. Come on. Old school.
I was not expecting that. Like, and
Of course, it was for you.
that's why I loved it, and I'm enjoying it. Like, listen, Shayne is always like, "I fucked your mom," and we're like, "Holy shit!" So for someone else to throw that haymaker, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy that one a little bit. Yeah.
I didn't think it was
He has spoken. Go
Well,
ahead,
as-
Julie. I apologize for him interrupting you with his stupidity.
That's okay. As Shayne and Phil were saying, Manscaped has the full package you need for spring cleaning this year. The Performance Package 4.0 is the only tool you need to keep your boys looking and smelling like the fresh tulips your partner wants. To start off your spring cleaning, use the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer to get the most precise shave on those hedges. Did we mention it's waterproof as well? No need to worry about watering your grass with this tool. Equipped with an LED light so you know it'll be a major asset to the new shower routine.
Oh, yeah.
Clean your hose and smell the spring air with the Weed Whacker. This nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology will help prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes.
Get in those holes, Jackal.
After clearing your nose, make sure to get rid of that foul ball smell with the Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver.
Warpaint.
The Crop Preserver is an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. The Crop Reviver is a spray-on toner for your balls. Keep your boys from sticking to your leg and leave them smelling like fresh flowers.
Fresh flowers in spring.
Finish off your grooming routine with the Plow 2.0, the perfect razor for the finest shave on your face. Because if you're using your Lawnmower 4.0 on your balls and your face, you're doing it wrong, boys. The start of spring also marks the start of Testicular Cancer Awareness Month in April. Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to they say this word a lot. To testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Y'all get checked. Manscaped is committed to raising awareness for the most common form of cancer in men aged 15 to 35. Wow. And giving support for fighters, survivors, and families impacted by testicular cancer as part of their We Save Balls initiative. Smell also fresh and so clean this spring, and check yourself before you wreck yourself. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports at manscaped.com. Again, that's 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports at manscaped.com. It's time to throw out your old hygiene habits and upgrade your life. Manscaped. What is wrong with y'all?
Y'all are fucked up. We're going to hell.
That's it. Manscaped. Use the code Shy City Sports.
But I honestly didn't know that 15 to 35.
Shuri, I can't even fucking deal with it.
I can't. What happened? What just happened?
Use that code Shy City Sports for 20% off.
Claudio
plus
quit.
Free
Claudio
shipping.
just broke his chair.
Claudio has left the building like Rex
Shayne,
Gross.
that is horrible.
He's still
Is Claudio okay?
Is he really laughing that hard?
Yes, he is.
I
Dude,
can't
she's
believe
talking,
that
and there's a
took me
fucking
out.
dude dog sitting there with all the pieces out. And fucking, fucking great.
This is gonna haunt me this evening when I sleep.
You look
So
at my
thank
dog
you.
this name ever again.
Hey, cut it out.
Phil, you
Cut
may
it
need to
out.
go check on Claudio. Oh, he's
Cut it out.
He's alive. He's
There
okay.
he is.
He's okay.
You okay, Claudio?
Yes, I'm good. I
You
just
all right,
laughed.
Claudio?
I choked. That was fucking hilarious. I was choking on my
Get in somebody's ass today.
Oh my god, that was fucking hilarious.
Listen, Cherie, great job with the read. I know that you had some distractions. Manscaped, sponsoring
Yeah,
here,
your civil
TTNL.
lawsuit.
Awesome job.
Shy City Sports. Put that code in there, 20% off. I can't honestly vouch for the product, not just
Vouch.
the shaver, but also the shampoo, the body lotion. All of it is helping you feel and look better for your significant other.
Not only is he the president, he's also a client.
I am, and I'm proud, right? There's hope.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam. Like
the network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this policy, the show is at its end. But for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Built the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth, no narratives we create. Set them straight, no bubble screen on 4th and 8. Claudio Shayne getting nervous cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say to get the shot of vital. But hurry up cause the postman's getting homicidal.
shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real. Spencer Strong.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
There it is. We gotta do what we gotta do, and that's end the show and say goodbye with some shout outs. What an amazing show tonight. 2 amazing guests breaking down the Bears in the NFL draft like nobody. I can assure when I say this, like nobody else at all. Nobody's doing it like we saw tonight. From saxophones to balls to slots to I keep going and I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Lacetus, I would have taken Lacetus for God's sake. Anyway, let's start with you, Cherie, the read again. You got anyone to shout out tonight?
Yes, and this is a very belated shout out because I forgot last week. But it was Jeopardy's birthday, really.
I thought you were shouting out David.
What's his birthday?
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
It was Jeopardy's birthday.
Jeopardy? You love that show.
Get the drop.
Don't.
I like Jeopardy.
Do you watch that before or after?
didn't get the whole.
That wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
It had to be Jackal.
I promise
But
you.
anyway,
I tell you.
Cherie, Jeopardy, you're a big fan.
Yes, that's the only show I watch like faithfully. All these other TV shows I'll be talking about, I may catch it.
Who's
Jeopardy
the
is
host now of Jeopardy?
They keep bouncing back and forth between Kim Jennings and me on Bialik. So.
Has there ever been a question
either
about
one of
the Bears on there?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God.
What?
You just
Yes.
insulted her so bad.
They've even had barbershop questions on
Maybe
that
there'll be a
show.
TTNL question coming up.
Someday.
Antique question.
One day.
But that was a shout out I had for last week. But again, shout out to you guys. Have fun.
Don't rush your shout out.
Oh no, I'm rushing. I am struggling right now. I cannot see straight.
Yeah, we're dying.
Cherie and I were talking while during the interview like 2 hours ago. I'm like, Cherie, you look
got a draft
tired. If you got to bounce, go ahead and bounce. It's like I'm
Cherie
gonna
is
pop
the
up in a Red
trooper.
Bull. Yeah.
I had a Red Bull.
I love Cherie. Cherie has stepped up in the pocket. She's cutting highlights of the show with Jackal. Social media out there. Guys, share it. Let everybody know. Smash the like button. Jackal,
Hey,
do you have a shout out?
quick and easy. I just shouting you guys out. I know everybody's going through it. All sorts of stuff, walking your own paths. So shouting out all 5 of you up here with me. And then also reach out to somebody. You know, someone in the chat actually already said it, but just say hello to somebody, give a call, email, text message, smoke signal, whatever it is. Let them know you're thinking about them, and just try to pay that forward. And yeah, man, that's pretty much it. And I just want to shout out my wife. We got a lot of shit going on in this house, and she's been fucking holding this fort down. So God bless her. So off to you guys.
Great stuff. Shout out to your wife. I don't know how she does it.
Tell me about it.
I don't know how any of our wives do it. Yeah.
4 boys.
4 boys. Claudio's got 4 girls. You got 4 boys. One of these kids is doing his own thing. One of these kids is No, go ahead, Claudio. What do you got?
Well, obviously, shout out you guys, of course. Shout out to all the normal regulars in the chat, the 100 crew. But let me just shout out a few new ones.
Yes.
Keys guy, Alan Golden, who's 82 years young.
Alan Golden, my boy.
Awesome. Kerry Franklin, and then Shannon Green and Shoe Glover both became patrons, I think, tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes. So,
wow.
Shout out to them. Yeah, because Shannon had a nice little. I didn't get to put it up, but look at this.
This show is the top spot. Forget NBC, CBS, the Mouse. These guys are better. I thought I became a patron, but I just did it for real. Join me. This is college or pro level football talk and analysis. It's TTNL. Wow, that is a great.
I started,
read.
man, for a reason.
Look at that, Claudio. You're doing shit again.
Doing shit. Learning from Jackal. Doing shit.
I love that. You're learning from Jackal.
Hey.
That's right.
Speaking of Jackal, Cars, do you have any shout outs you want?
That's a weird transition, but yes.
What tell me something, Cars.
I have no idea what's going on right now. First, shout out my dad. Tomorrow is 27 years since his passing, so it is always a heavy day for me. But that is, he is in part why I am who I am. So big for him. Shout out to my little girl, Aubrey, who has gotten into full-on soccer, so Claudio will be okay with that. But she is now game time. I actually had to tell her she couldn't wear her shin guards into school today. So I think we have transitioned from, I don't know if I like this, to know this is now who I am. So
please tell me you put the socks over the shin guards.
Oh, yeah,
I'm one of those parents that put the shin guards over the socks.
No, Claudio,
I know that.
You have one piece of equipment. You can't get it right.
You'll be shocked to know, Claudio, I was a very good soccer player
awesome.
for a long time. So it is it's in the genes. So we'll take that. But no, other than that, shout out to whatever jackass filed a false unemployment claim. Under my information. So You got 34 grand from the state of Illinois using my name, so appreciate that. And that's really it.
34 grand.
I heard they're from the region, Cars.
That would make a whole lot of sense because anyway, I'm going to stop right there.
Smart. Well done, Cars.
Well, Cars, well said. I apologize for whatever one of my family members that did that to you.
I knew it.
They have it under Matt Carson or Lord Hans?
You know, it's always really weird when you have to go to a government office and prove that you are who you are. It's a very existential crisis. So, yeah, it's good times.
Shayne Marsaw.
Phil, could you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me?
That was the phone call that made it all happen, Cars. Coach O and Little O. I'm in space.
I'm in space, Cars. Can I get some government money? Anyway, Shayne, you got a shout out?
Yeah, keep it simple like always. Shout out my family. Got some good news back on my mom. On Monday, they were fearful that the cancer had spread into her spine. So she went and she had to do a PET scan. Got some positive news back on that, where it has not, the lesions that were there were actually signs of osteoporosis, which isn't great, but it's much better than if it's cancer. So like I said, we keep our head down and keep on trucking forward. My mom's 82 years old and the strongest person that I've ever met in my entire life, that's for sure. But she's doing great. Loves to see the grandkids as often as she can. You know, gives her that little pep in her step, and you know, really is the reason that she's going on, because none of us know when we're not going to be here, and so you cherish the moments even more when you're been around as long as she has. So, Mom, I love you. We're gonna beat this together, just like we did with my son, and get back to some normalcy, hopefully by 2023, because we've taken it on the chin here the last couple of years. The Marsaw family, especially, in the TTNL family, for sure. So, shout out to her first and foremost.
Well said. Well said. Really sending love to your family. The show is family. The network's family. Become a patron. Check out the shows over the weekend. Analyzing the tape for truths, not saying things for clicks and narratives. I want to shout out Chris Emma and the great Matt Waldman, both of them tonight, making an incredible show. It's always, every week, a new guest, a new story to tell, and a new experience on Wednesday nights. Thank you to all the fans that participated in the first ever trivia mock draft, getting the game in the game, within the game, and having a lot of fun with it. It was good. So I want to continue that process. I want to shout out Jesse Beltran, Eugene Koch, Bossy. I saw her in the chat. She's sending me some beats, Cherie, for you to do your read to. She thinks she has some music for your vibe. So I want to shout her out. Jonksta 23, Evan J. Williams, the Investa, Bullets, Keith Henderson, Josh E. in the Philippines, Shayne. He's still traveling around on the bike. Winston B. Robbins, Silas Kelly, who was our last week's guest, Michael Harris, and then from the Facebook side, Steph Froylan, Luigi Zaccarelli, Michael Tran, my guy, say some prayers for my guy Chris Harold, Ronnie G, shout him out, Shannon Bears Green, who had that great comment. He happened to be on my shout out list. Travis Lee, Tom, Aaron Hyatt, Joe Treviso, Jeff Crooms, Cliff Frazier, Russell Webster, I see him in the chat, Alfred Smith, my boy Keith Luckett, Brandon Hyatt, Brian Sanchez, and Chris Saros. I got to give you all a shout out for participating tonight. You guys are the best. Every week we do it live. Never know what we're going to get, even when we have so much drama going on before the show. It all comes together like you can't believe. For everybody on the network, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work, from Caden Whitlow to Corey Kennedy, who's been making all these great graphics for us to use and build, the artist, and Alex Acevedo, the swag man. He'll make his appearance coming up next week. Swag Talk with Alex Acevedo. I can't wait for that. Anyway.
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news. With me.
We are officially going to hell. We really are.
I have no idea what that was.
I just saw Shayne's face just on the bottom here.
Horrible.
No
idea.
The fucking show.
Anyway,
People pray for us.
this weekend we'll be breaking down offensive
tag.
guards in the draft, interior offensive linemen on X's with the O's, and then Matt Waldman will return on the patron side draft mob, looking at receivers. Alec Pierce is going to be one of those. You'll hear about more later this week. For everybody on the network, love you guys. We'll see you next Wednesday. Who do we have, Jackal, next week?
Courtney Cronin. Yes, me, fucker,
Oh
because he
my
wants to test my
God.
brain.
Yeah.
You know,
Jesus,
you did
Jesus.
something, Claudio. You're
I did
gonna
something.
get your shine next week.
Courtney Cronin, the
Yes.
new ESPN analyst, beat
Well done,
reporter for the Chicago Bears, replaced Jeff Dickerson. She'll be on next week. I think this will be her first appearance on any show.
Shayne,
So I'm looking forward.
Jackal sent you one more trivia question about Logan and Josh E, right? Did he?
Did he?
Wow, is that here?
Awful. Are we even live?
You sent it,
We are
Jackal?
187.
Turn this fucking show off.
Jackal, you sent it? You sent it, Jackal?
Don't pull me into these fucking.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
There's hope. There's hope.
I hope that there's hope.
100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Stability isn't availability. It's accountability. You fucking nerd fucks.
It's so good. Forget about it.
He wrote an entire article on how how David Montgomery actually hurts the Bears offense.
What?
Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
What
You
world
know?
are we in?
What are they seeing? I mean,
You want me to take a dump in a box and mark it guaranteed? I will.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
gotta do what we gotta do. Okay.
Oh, this is
the back was in this defense, and you were in blitz defense, and he won't go. He'll be a late goal because he's watching that guy.
Right.
You got to cover him.
Got to cover him. That's the hot read. Balls.
Favorite manly set. I was in the streets in high school.
The only way people knew that I had actually gone through puberty by listening to my voice is hair either had to be here or here, and that was it.
That side view, the presentation view, man, it's not the same when you get to analyze what's going on and what are the problems. Like, as soon as you had that back view, I was like, wow.
There's the center not doing a good enough job.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll call our show TTNL in the stands.
He inherited dick.
Listen, my favorite podcast outside of the Football Guys Network is the Tape Never Lies Network.
Never take cough syrup and mix it up with iodine and lye.
Give me one of these real quick. There it is. I think we do Cherie.
Yeah, I don't.
I fucking love it. I love it.
We never got the whys.
Give me the fucking name. The tape never lies.
Thanks for watching the best Chicago Bears show on the planet. Keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
It makes the story true for us.